please rise. Oh, yes, this county commission meeting of Sumner County is now open pursuant to adjournment. God bless this country and this honorable commission. Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Mansfield will give the invocation tonight, followed by the pledge led by our clerk.
Let us pray. Dear Jesus, we just thank you, Father, for the opportunity to gather, and we just thank you for your precious blood that covers us, Father. And I just ask that you just give us wisdom and discernment as we deliberate and do the people's business tonight. Thank you for your goodness and your kindness and your mercy that overflows us, and your joy that gives us strength in the morning times, Father, and your peace that surpasses all understanding would guard all of our hearts and minds in Christ Jesus according to your word. And Lord, we just thank you for every single person here, every single elected official here willing to put their time and money and effort into doing the hard work for the citizens, and for every county employee that we have. God, I just pray blessings for all of them and their families. And we just ask you bless our time here tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Somebody. Okay. Commissioners, if you will, we have, well, first of all, let's take our roll call by the clerk, and then I have some announcements to make about it. Your mic's not on. You have it on. Okay.
Each commissioner record your presence.
All right, we have 22 commissioners present. Majority will, of course, be 13. Two-thirds vote 16. We have Commissioner Pomeroy, who did communicate that he would be unavailable tonight due to an emergency at home. And let's see, I think we're missing maybe Commissioner Sullivan. So we have 22 present tonight. If you would, please make notes on your agenda. We will be adding the road list 230113 to the consent agenda. This is just always for your information, a listing of county roads. It was left off unintentionally. And then under 10D, the Beach High School football team will be recognized next month, that is February, instead of this month. And is there a commissioner here while we're on certificates who is presenting a certificate for Nancy Wright, juvenile court? Okay. And then if you'll make a note on your agenda that after the report of county officials and before standing committees, we will have an executive session with our attorney in room 112. All right, do I have a motion to approve the regular agenda and consent agenda?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I was trying to get in the queue.
Okay, I don't have you in the queue, but go ahead.
There we go. If I push the right button, it works better.
It does.
Yes.
Always.
That's why I don't fool with the owl, so I may have to take the lead out here as well. Mr. Chairman, if we could, I'd like assuming that would need to go under budget. If we could add that back.
Without objection, we will add that.
Thank you.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, we have a motion and a second. That, we'll put that forward the way it is. We have quite a few people tonight wanting to speak, and we will wait for those of you who signed up for the notice for the property on Thompson Lane. We will wait and hear you at a time closer to the hearing. I think that will be better, and we will hear people who want to speak on other agenda items first at this time. So, Sheriff, if you would give me that list, we will hear from the public. We approved the agenda, but we did not approve the items. And would you like to make a motion, Commissioner? A second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. And approval of the minutes. Second. Motion and a second. Clerk, if you don't get those, let me know. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Cole Shepherd. When you come forward, if you will, please give your name, address, and your what you're speaking on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cole Shepherd, 637 East Main Street, Gallatin. And, Mr. Chairman, I'll be speaking on the resolution for the school board regarding removing books from our libraries. So, I can't believe I'm up here talking about this, and I'm going to speak on a place inside of me. After the last discussion we had in this chamber, we had a branding expert come in, a visual storyteller, and give a almost completely farcical rundown of that book, which afterwards was publicly easily disproved. Now, to be fair, there was a comment in there about communism, and I want to be completely fair. There is an offshoot of BLM that did praise the Cuban government. Now, that's hard to discern, hard to parse out, but that's true. There is nothing, however, in Tennessee law, especially the statutes regarding books in our schools, that define communism as a reason to pull the book out. Now, I'm not a fan of communism, don't like it, but it doesn't violate the law, and it's an offshoot of the BLM movement. They don't even have the same flag or the same symbols. So you could have a legitimate conversation around that. However, everything else said about that book was completely untrue. We all know, I mean, it wasn't the Cuban flag. I mean, I could go through the whole list, and I'm not going to go through the whole list, Mr. Chairman, unless you would like me to. But I really just want to say, I can't believe we're still talking about this. You know, these are books that reflect the lives of citizens of this county, young people of the citizens of this county. And I also want to say in that book about the incident with the police that the young man sees on the news. In my experience here in Sumner County, I've seen nothing but compassion and professionalism from our law enforcement. I think they're absolutely outstanding. But this does happen in our country. There are 5 police officers in Tennessee right now being indicted today for beating a man to death. So it happens. Those conversations, particularly in non-white families, have to happen. Kids hear it. They need to be able to work through that. And again, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time, and I can't believe we're doing this again. But thank you.
Thank you. And I would remind everyone, I failed to do this, that you have 5 minutes to speak. So if you will, hold your remarks to that, and I'll remind you if you go over. Monique Ritterbeck.
Hello, good evening. My name is Monique Ritterbeck. I'm at 2325 Gallatin. No, I'm not. Nashville Pike in Gallatin. I just moved here from California, so thank you. I'm going to be speaking to the issue of books as well. Quote, "You white racist Tennessee Republicans and those white nationalist moms for liberty gonna learn that you all aren't superior than blacks. This year, you all won't be dictating what can or cannot be taught in public schools concerning racism without consulting with us blacks, or banning books about black history. Do I make myself clear?" End quote. Okay, so this was a message that was sent on social media to one of the county commissioners. Consulting with us blacks, to be clear, blacks is not a formal club, but as someone with black skin, I'm going to go ahead and chime in here. I'm going to read my response to A Place Inside Me. Am I just a pigment in your imagination? What if I speak my mind without hesitation? Will representation matter if you only let me be a caricature, not the imago Dei that I was meant to be? Black, 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 black matters. Critical theories, media chatter. How many identities can you fracture with well-taught fear and George Floyd's cadaver? Put a black kid on the cover of a book, you say. First teach them all cops are bad in each and every way. As all the black kids read the book, the one that looks like them, little by little they'll start to think they can't have blue-eyed friends. Because what happens when you pick your books based solely upon skin, the outside starts to matter more than everything within. To those of you in support of CRT curriculum, that behavior is racist, not only to white kids, but also to black kids, because you teach black kids that the whole world is against them and they can't rise above. You undercut their dreams and hopes. You teach them bitterness, envy, and rage. And you teach white kids that they are evil, and no matter what, that evil will forever be a part of who they are because of the color of their skin. Look at me. Look at my brown skin and my coarse hair and my brown eyes. Do you know that 3 months ago, I gave birth to a little boy with white skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes. And he's chubby and he's beautiful. So my son and I are proof that CRT is unnatural and it is absolutely stupid, okay? It is not about skin color. It is about character and what's on the inside, and we need to teach all of our kids that they have value, not because of their skin color, but because they were created uniquely in the image of God. We owe that to them. We had that growing up, and we need to give that to them. I want my son not to think that I think that he's racist. This is absurd. I thank you so much for your time. I really do hope that we just simply create a rubric that outlines these things and makes it very, very practical. When I was a teacher, I remember I had 3 black kids that were in my class that were the lowest performing, and I tried talking to them about why they weren't doing so well. And they were speaking like, well, the man's against me, what am I gonna do? I can't do anything, everybody's racist. It is imperative that we make sure that our kids are still able to dream. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Rebecca Gadara.
Good evening. I want to thank the commission for continuing to allow public comment and not being California yet. My name is Rebecca Goddard, and I'm at 2339 New Hope Road, Hendersonville. Moving here a year ago, we arrived in Hendersonville on January 27th, 2022, and I thought I was getting my family out of the Marxist communism hellhole that is California. We ran happily to the freedom and liberty that Tennessee offered. I took a deep breath of freedom and soaked it in for about an hour, and then had to make sure no one was attempting to California my new Tennessee. The most jarring thing to my soul to come to grips with after getting my feet wet a little bit were how many Democrats there actually were in positions of power, and how many of those Democrats called themselves Republicans. Coming from the land of dodo Democrats, I can spot them a mile away. As an active citizen and taxpayer of Sumner County, it is easy to see who wants to California my Tennessee. But you gotta go through me first. It's smoke, mirrors, deflection, gaslighting, all of the traits. I'm thankful that sexually explicit material was removed from the library in public schools. The books weren't banned. That was and is a big lie that continues to need to be told to make us look like the scary whatever. They need to deflect their desire to sexualize our children. That's what they're doing. It's deflection. The manner in which these books were removed and how the resolutions were put through is absolutely irrelevant in every single way. No matter how loud and feckless the heartbeats have to be. What absolutely without doubt is and should be the concern of every parent and family member who loves a child in Sumner County Public Schools. How did these books get in the libraries? The big lie is that someone planted them there. You can believe that, or you can know that it's a lie, but it's a lie. Why are these yipping chihuahuas not having a problem with sexually explicit material being available to children? That's a question. Who picks the books? I want to know that. Who picks the books in our libraries? What is the process? Who reads them? Who decides? How did those books with graphic sexual content be put available to children? That is, as a parent, I have a right to know. I won't fall for the word salad minutia online that the books were planted there by I appreciate and respect those on this commission that have wanted to protect our children and not take parents' rights and the ability for parents to protect the innocence of kids and letting them be little. Our kids deserve to be little, just like we did. All this distraction of lawsuits and whining is irrelevant, and those banging the drums, illiterately screaming book banning and filing frivolous lawsuits to intimidate have zero concern for the care and safety, well-being, and bringing up of decent children. The only relevant thing, the resolution, is that the kids and them not be exposed to graphic sexual content, and they shouldn't. And to those telling the big lies about book banning, the books aren't being put in a pile and burned and pulled from publishing houses. That's not happening. That is what book banning is. That's not happening. They're being put in a public library where everyone has access to them. These are facts. There is no book banning there. It's only protecting the innocence of children. If you're in any way not concerned about protecting the innocence of children, you're on the wrong side of everything, history and decency especially. Thank you for protecting our children, Commission.
I'm Charlene Allmiller, and I live at 143 Roland Circle, Hendersonville, Tennessee 37075. I am the petitioner in the frivolous lawsuit that was just discussed, although I don't think it's frivolous. And it has two parts. It has a petition for declaratory judgment for the court to issue an order declaring that the statements of legal violations within the resolution are outside the constitutional and statutory authority of this commission. Indeed, the last time that this commission talked about it in November, nobody here said that they have the authority to make determinations of legal violations. They just failed to put that in the resolution because they want people to believe it. And then after the fact, people that are close to the commission and commissioners held it out to be law. If they don't have the authority, then I submit it's not my lawsuit that's frivolous. Perhaps it's the resolution itself that's frivolous. But in addition to the petition for declaratory judgment, I have an Open Meetings Act violation in there. And I've submitted a settlement offer to this commission that if they withdraw this resolution or otherwise make it null and void, that I will withdraw the Open Meetings Act violation. It has survived a motion to dismiss. The next parts of it are to go to discovery phase. It will go to trial. Now, I agree with the previous commenter here that Lawn Boy should never have been in the public or in the school libraries. The schools have said it was an accident that I was in there. There was an author of the resolution, one of the authors of the resolution knew that it was in the school libraries and failed to report it. One of the members on the Ethics Committee that was appointed by this commission knew that it was in the school libraries at least 11 days before it was reported to the schools. So I agree that this should not have been in the libraries, but I disagree with this approach. How to handle this is part of the Tennessee Department of Education. The statute that applies to these books is not even mentioned in this resolution, other than, why are you going to spend litigation fees to protect your ego if you can extend grace to the school board and the Sumner County schools for navigating new laws that were just implemented? They are still waiting guidance for library books that aren't part of the curriculum. None of these books were part of the curriculum, so they don't even fall under 49.6, 1019. If you can extend grace to them for trying to figure out how to approach 399,300 books and reviewing those to make sure that our schools are safe, then I would definitely be motivated and inspired to extend grace to you for potentially violating the Open Meetings Act. I do not want to pursue this. I have other things I need to do with my time, but I see bullying happening, and I am very passionate about transparency, and I do hope that you will take a step back and look at this for what it is. It requires more than just a flippant resolution from somebody who is not even involved in the review process. And the Open Meetings Act, I do hope that you guys will consider just trying to make sure that you're more educated on what constitutes a violation. Please, please withdraw the resolution, make it null and void. You have the opportunity tonight, and that will make the lawsuit go away. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Baker.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Baker, 424 A.B. Wade Road. You couldn't really script this any better. I got up here tonight for two reasons. First of all, they say if you don't exercise something, you lose it. So if we don't exercise our First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution or Section 19 to the Tennessee Constitution right to address our government, we're going to lose it. And essentially, we have lost a piece of it when we have to keep talking about the school board coming up with all kinds of reasons why this isn't the right thing to do. The other reason why I wanted to get up here tonight is because you never can tell when somebody might quote me and I get a little notoriety in some kind of legal document or something. I mean, I'll take that all day long. But the fact that we have to keep talking about removing books from our schools is just ridiculous to me. I said it in the Education Committee, and it kind of points out to what the previous speaker talked about. In the United States, in English law, we have a long-standing history of what was called the doctrine of lesser magistrates, where we, as the plebes, expect our lesser magistrates to stand in between damaging, whether it be barons or kings or whatever. I cheer you commissioners, for standing up, because if the school board's not going to do this and get this done, somebody has to do it. We have a long history of this in America. We have a long history of it in Tennessee. I fully support everything that you're trying to do here. Hopefully at some point our school board is going to wake up and start doing the bidding of the citizens of Sumner County. Pornographic books is one thing, but remember last month when I stood up here and I said, well, I was all concerned that we're going to the annual national after-school conference. I was told that I was wrong, and I was wrong, because they're going to the beyond school hours. But when you look in and dig into that, it's no better than the National After School Hours Conference. They're talking about CRT, about equity, all these things that we don't subscribe to here. Equity is another form of racism. Let that sink in. This isn't about the books. This is about, across this nation, we have had a culture weave its way into our education system. All across this country, we see parents standing up trying to rid the education system of it. I applaud you in Sumner County for trying to do it, because our school board hasn't. And we'll be taking that up with them soon enough. God bless you all, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Joanna Daniels.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman. And so I'm here to talk about the resolution as well. And oh gosh, where do I start? Okay, my name is Joanna Daniels. Thank you, Ruth. It's been a long day. And 152 North Shadow Haven Way, Hendersonville. So I can't believe that we're talking about this either, honestly. I am blown away that I'm dealing with this in Tennessee. And, you know, I am married to a black man. I have 2 children. I have a granddaughter that is half black, half white. I have a daughter-in-law that's full Chinese. So I'm going to have, you know, hopefully more grandchildren. You know, and so, and then I have a nephew that is white and is married to my black niece, and so I'm like going, wow, how are we going to talk to these children if we're saying that, like in the book, Ways to Make Sunshine, like black is capitalized and white is lowercase. So 1, grammatically that's incorrect, okay. And then 2, how am I supposed to read this to my granddaughter, and she's supposed to say, well, why, Grandma, why is black capitalized and white is lowercase? How am I supposed to explain that to her? And then, you know, in the book Ways to Make Sunshine, talks about how a father is not allowing his daughter to go to a neighborhood because it's too white. And that's not rectified in the book. The father wasn't told that he was wrong in saying that. This little girl now has to hear something from the dad and now has to figure out in her little mind, well, if my daddy says that that neighborhood is too white to go to, that must be a bad thing. So now let's flip it. And let's make the white capitalized and the black lowercase. And let's let a white kid or a white father say that that neighborhood is too black. Would that book be okay? This CRT and anti-racism, that you need racism to stop racism. I thought that, you know, if I have a fire in a kitchen, I'm not going to throw fire on top of it. You know, we need to protect the schools. The kids are going there to learn how to read. You don't pile social justice on top of it. And this author, in an interview, was asked, you are an activist as well as an author. As you state on your website, one of your passions is using the arts to help youth cope with trauma and discuss social issues. She goes on and says, I'm cautiously hopeful that change will come to children's book publishing. Change ebbs and flows, and while I know we've come a long way, I recognize there is still so much to work to do. And she says, I do think there's a reckoning happening in children's book publishing, and I hope this is not a short trend, but that there's long-term sustainability in some of the new initiatives that are happening. Her intention behind this book is her agenda. And I don't care if 98% of that book is great, that 2% of CRT, it is illegal, and it needs to go. Either just like if 2% of it was classified as racism from the other side, they would be saying, we need to get this out. I don't care if 98% of it's good, that 2% matters. They don't budge, we don't budge either. Get it out. Thank you.
Jessica McKearns.
Hello. My name is Jessica McCarnes. I live on Niels Lane in Gallatin, Tennessee. At the start of the school year, my fourth grade daughter came home with a library book titled Ways to Make Sunshine. This book is actually what catapulted the situation, leading me into the curriculum review and my attempt to opt them out of the Wit and Wisdom curriculum. I'd like to share with you all just a small portion of what I will be sharing with the school board tomorrow as well, why I feel this book is not a positive, encouraging influence on children as a whole. Throughout this entire book, the little girl views her circumstances as bad or reason to feel sorry for herself. She is made out to be a victim consistently, and her reactions to some of these situations betray a sense of entitlement and self-indulgence. She compares herself to others in some ways that depicts their differences in a negative light. She looks to and finds skin color in many of her circumstances as if that is what defines who she is and how she measures her value. On several occasions, the mother is made out to be pessimistic towards her children and her husband, and the father makes negative connotations as well, even towards white people. The text repeatedly makes a concerted effort to lowercase white while capitalizing black in the same sentences or paragraphs, and everything I have researched about publishers and authors who do this believe that white people should now not be treated with the same level of dignity and respect than those who are not white. It has always been and always will be ethically and morally wrong to portray any person or group of people as inferior or less important than another for any reason. And in my opinion, this clearly violates the CRT law in this state. I find it so unfortunate that children today are being manipulated and taught into thinking that they are somehow at a disadvantage or advantage for things such as their family's income status or social status, skin color, or other physical characteristics, what clothes they wear, things they own. I could go on. We were not created to be put into labels or categories based on any of these criteria. And so long as we continue to make that the focus, it will never change. If we continue on a path to conform and adapt to cultural standards, we are going to continue on a path of destruction for our children. Young adults are suffering at such unprecedented levels because of what they are exposed to in today's world. We cannot just simply sit back and allow the school system to engage in this same exposure and continue to manipulate and use our children to push an agenda. This is wrong, and we need to start paying more attention. The schools do not have this right, no matter how much they try to insinuate that they do. As parents, we are not giving our children over to them. We expect the schools to educate our children and prepare them for a path on a career path or for college, and that is it. It is not their responsibility to direct their social and emotional development to their liking without collaboration with the parents. This is exclusively and solely our God-given rights as parents to help them with, even in a school environment. Many parents have no idea what is going on in the schools in this county. They do not know that school administrators and teachers are being encouraged to not disclose what is going on in the classroom or what is available for children in the library. I ask you all to please hold the schools accountable for what they are doing. Our children deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers on the regular agenda items. I want to make sure there was another list up here that has to do with rezoning, and we're going to get to you in just a few minutes. Did you sign this list intending to speak on an agenda item? Please let me know at this time. All right. We will hear from these people when we have the public hearing in just a few minutes. The Veterans Service Report, Commissioners, is on your desk, and of course that is just for your information. And we have several certificates of recognition tonight, the first being for Nancy Amanda Wright, who is retiring from the Juvenile Court of Sumner County, and I see the Juvenile Court judge here, if he'll come forward with anyone that he would like.
This is a proclamation honoring Nancy Amanda Wright. The Sumner County Board of County Commissioners, meeting in regular session on this, the 23rd day of January 2023, does hereby honor and commend Ms. Nancy Amanda Wright on her retirement from Sumner County Juvenile Court, and I so move.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And let's give her a hand.
Have here a certificate for you.
I would like for the juvenile judge also to be able to speak for just a moment, if he would.
If you'd like to speak, you can too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to stand here tonight and celebrate the retirement of my friend and co-worker and colleague, Nancy Wright. For 33 and a half years, she has served the children and families of Sumner County. She has seen innumerable children and families come and go through our court, and I believe that she has made a significant difference in every case and every life that she has touched. And when I tell you that a wealth of experience, a wealth of knowledge, and a wealth of care will depart with her when she departs my office for the last time would be an understatement. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I certainly thank you for allowing us to recognize Nancy and all that she's done, because she's done a great job. Trust me.
I would just like to thank you for allowing me to serve the past 33 and a half years. I can tell you this, when I first started, there was no way on earth I could have imagined staying here this long. That was not my original plan. Started back in July of 1989, so, and it's been a long road, but it has been a very rewarding road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rogers. We have a recognition for Hadley Brown. Is Hadley here this evening? If you are, would you come forward?
If there's any other 4-H people who want to come up, y'all more than welcome to come on. Good. While Hadley's making her way here, I had the privilege of meeting Hadley last year at the public speaking contest, where I was honored to be a judge, and now this year she's moved on to bigger and better things. So
we'll be back at the speech contest, I promise.
Yes, it's coming up very soon. So I asked for the 4-H office to give me just a brief overview of Hadley. Hadley has been a Tennessee 4-H member for over a decade. Several of her accomplishments as a leader and a competitor. She currently serves as the Tennessee 4-H State Council President, where she was voted into office by her peers across the state in 2022 4-H State Roundup Contest. In addition, this position has never been held by someone in Sumner County before. Previously, she served on the State 4-H Council as Congress, Governor, and State Historian. Hadley is the winner of the State Leadership, Communication, and Public Speaking, Personal Development Projects. In public speaking, Hadley placed 5th in the 2022 National Roundup Prepared Speaking Contest in Denver, Colorado, and was selected nationally to MC the National 4-H Hall of Fame induction ceremony in Washington, D.C. She is a 4-H Vol State recipient, the highest recognition available in Tennessee for 4-H, and served as a delegate to the National 4-H Congress in Atlanta, Georgia this past November. Hadley has traveled across the world from Hawaii to Puerto Rico as a 4-H voice for youth and agriculture. Winning the State All-Star Project, exhibit presentation, and State History Bowl competition in 2021, Hadley has expressed herself on stage through written project work. She's genuinely advocated for agriculture by meeting with Governor Lee, Commissioner Hatcher, and a dozen of other local officials, National 4-H President, and CEO Jennifer, how do you say that? Sarangelo. So, with the many ribbons and medals she has earned, Hadley says her two proudest accomplishments have been the friends that she's made across the time of the Robertson County Fair Livestock Exposition, when she borrowed a cow for her very first time this past October for show. She walked away with 3rd place ribbon and a forever appreciation for the cattle farmers. So with that, I have prepared the resolution meeting in regular session the 23rd day of January. Honor and commend Ms. Hadley Brown for being the first state 4-H council president for and represented by Sumner County. And I so move. Thank you.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Thank you.
Opposed, like sign.
Now, you want to speak?
Thank you all so much for welcoming me here this evening and for always being the place that I get to call home wherever I'm at in the world. It's my proudest joy to say that I'm from Sumner County, Tennessee. The 4-H program has given me absolutely everything and is the reason that I am here today, that I'm able to confidently speak, and that I'm able to journey out into the world as an individual with passions and aspirations. Now, I would be remiss if I did not say that I am not unique in any way because of this regard. There are students all across this county that are doing truly incredible things, that have voices and opinions, and all of the things that you were speaking about this evening affect these students. So I encourage you to not just reach out to me and give me a shiny medal because of the positions that I have, but I encourage you to look out for the people that are in this county, whether they're under the age of 18, whether they have a high school diploma yet or not. I sincerely urge you to take that opportunity. So thank you once again for having me tonight, and always invest in the 4-H program, because I promise you it will invest back in you.
Good job, Helen.
Thank you. Teachner.
Is anyone from Kenny Menchie's family here? I don't know if they're here. Well, Kenny couldn't be here tonight, and I'll explain why. So someone reached out to me about this young man, and I was very excited to get to speak on his behalf. I've not gotten to meet him, but he was the starting quarterback for Pope John Paul II Preparatory School football team this year, and he was standing at 6'2" and 210 pounds. He displayed good athleticism and mobility to extend plays in and out of the pocket. He's a savvy pocket passer and improved his pass completion percentage from 61% his junior year to 73% his senior year. He was a 2022 Elite 11 finalist, selected to play in the All-American Bowl on January 7th, 2023, and he showed excellent pocket instincts, good game temperament, and a strong arm. And that arm got him noticed by a little college called Notre Dame. And Notre Dame only took one quarterback this recruitment cycle. That was Kenny Menchie. And so we're so excited. We're going to be watching whenever it comes on TV, and we're going to watch for Kenny Menchie to throw some great passes like he has here in Sumner County. It's so wonderful to see young folks go on to do bigger and better things. And so I don't think this is the last thing we're going to hear from Kenny Menchie. So anyway, I just want to take a moment to celebrate him. And the reason why he's not here is because he went early to Notre Dame. So we can all be excited. He would have been here had we been here last month, but just very exciting. So anyway, I hope you all, if you see him or if you know him on Facebook, reach out to his family and just say how much excitement that we got, and keep him in your prayers, y'all.
Commissioner Teachner makes a motion. Is there a second? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Sorry, Kenny.
And the next item on the agenda, number 3, is for your information on the damage done by the winter weather to county buildings. And the financial statement is for your information. We will need a motion and a second to docket the Highway Public Works Fund. A motion made and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. And now we come to the public notice, for which we know that a number of you are here to speak, and we would ask you again to please hold your remarks to 5 minutes or less. And if you would give your name and address when you come forward, we would appreciate that. There is a timer that is on the monitor that some of you can see, so you'll have an idea of where you are with your time. Madam Clerk.
The Sumner County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing on January the 23rd, 2023 at 7:00 p.m. in the Bethel Brown Commission Chambers of the Sumner County Administration Building, located at 355 North Belvedere Drive, Gallatin, Tennessee. 456 Thompson Lane, PUD rezoning. Lewis Head, represented by C.J. Mural, 615 Design Group. 4th Commission Voting District, Dylan Lambert. Applicant is seeking to rezone 5.02 acres from rural residential to planned unit development for the purpose of operating a steel fabricating company. Subject property is located at 456 Thompson Lane, Portland, Tennessee, 37148, is tax map 073, parcel 013.02, contains 120.92 acres and is zoned rural residential. So the Sumner County Regional Planning Commission forwarded a negative recommendation related to this item on November 22nd, 2022. A copy of this notice is on file at the Sumner County Development Services Department in the Sumner County Administration Building.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. If I get any of your names wrong, I'm apologizing now. Okay, Ms. Mullins?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Christine Mullins. I live off 564 Thompson Lane in Portland. I distributed a several-page document that logged every date we've caught on video of heads still running since 2021. And I apologize, I had just enough so you have to share a little bit there. But while I have similar concerns, as you're going to hear from several of my neighbors, I do want to take a moment to speak on the safety aspect. I used to run up and down Thompson Lane, but I and my fellow neighbor, Jessica Leetco, have had to stop doing that. Several times throughout this ordeal since 2021, we've had to deal with, while running, Lewis Head flipping me off, flipping her off multiple times, but also trying to, the workers from the steel company coming on up down Thompson Lane, not moving over. Several times we even run into issues, my husband and I in our cars, where the 18-wheelers are coming up and down Thompson Lane or Halltown Road. They do not move over, and we've had to swerve into the grass. On September 8, 2022, Lewis's weekly gas delivery and an 18-wheeler were coming up from opposite directions. Not uncommon to see this. Our neighbor's daughter, who was waiting for the school bus, had to move and hide behind the mailboxes because she couldn't even get where she was for the bus to come through. The neighbors of Halltown and Thompson Lane have been dealing with this since 2021, and we had our first meeting in September of 2021. And this is where we had an overwhelming turnout that were against the rezoning and frustration that we were already dealing with the steel company being up and running. This is proof of, by his own Facebook page in September 2021, advertising the location on Thompson Lane as Head Steel Company. On October 13, 2021, after he released the manure lagoon and flooded all of Thompson Lane, which we have footage of where the water originated from. After each of the planning and zoning meetings on June 28th of 22 and 11/22 of 22, it did not stop him from running his business, as you can see from the log of videos we have of the steel trucks in and out of Thompson Lane. On April 28, 2022, one of his steel trucks got stuck turning into Thompson Lane and completely blocked the road and partially blocked Halltown Road. It stayed like this for 6 hours. And we have footage of his workers talking about the steel work they do at Thompson Lane location. On November 14, 2022, we had a similar incident where his 18-wheeler carrying the crane got stuck turning into Thompson Lane, or turning onto Thompson Lane. Behind it was Lewis Head in his Head steel truck on the side of the truck, which is found up and down our road frequently. And even today, we had steel trucks up and down the road 4 times loaded with steel, which even has a bridge that we don't even know can handle it. The point I'm making is that I moved to the area due to the community and the safety of the area. Lewis Head has disregarded the laws of the county and is to continue to run his business after 2 years. He has not been neighborly to us or to the county itself. I ask that you vote against the rezoning just as the planning and zoning did twice. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert, is it Tacon?
I'm Robert Tyson. My wife and I, Sherry, my wife and I live at 477 Halltown Road in Portland. We live at the north entrance of where Thompson Lane comes into Halltown Road, the Dink Rut side, the nursing home side, the Halltown Baptist Church side is where we are located. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking tonight here on this particular issue. I respectfully ask you to support the decision of the Zoning Commission that gave a negative recommendation for rezoning. Now, the reason for that, there's several of them. One is the things that relate to the zoning codes that have been in place. I have found when 5 years ago we were looking to buy the lot where we are now and put a house on it, the first thing I did was check on the zoning codes. The land was going up for sale, checked it. It's very clearly It's in the law. You've done a great job to put it there where you can find it. It's clear, it's understandable. And so we bought the land, we built our home. But one of the things I also checked on was the intent of what would be happening in the future. And I asked, were there any plans for this to ever be rezoned industrial? And I was told no, that there's another area up on 76 and other areas around the county that are zoned for industrial. This community is zoned for agricultural and residential. Therefore, with that in mind, we did buy the land and that was just 5 years ago. Now, the facts are clear. The laws are on the books. It's there. You've done a great job with it. They're easily discoverable, as Mr. Head would know when he was looking to open his business in 2021. This is not a hidden agenda. This is all public knowledge. And he opened his business, therefore, illegally in 2021, and he continues in 2023 to operate it illegally. The facts are clear. Mr. Head has twice asked the Zoning Commission to rezone his section of Thompson Lane and for industrial use. And both times, in fairness to Mr. Head, they considered it. June 28th of 2022, November 22nd, 2022. And on both occasions, they turned it down and they said, this was not a place for an industry, and the infrastructure does not support it. And a part of that infrastructure is the road system that does not support the 18-wheelers, the size of the trucks, the weight of the trucks that go up and down Thompson Lane. On the April 28th incident where the truck was stuck, I have personal reference to that because I saw the truck stuck, went up to the driver and spoke with the driver and asked him, could I help? And he said, I'm loaded with steel, headed to Head Steel Company up here on Thompson Lane. And I said, well, I'll carry you. So I carried him up there to the office. He spoke to them about his need to get unstuck. They said, we can't help you. You'll have to find another way. I took him back to his truck. There should be a record somewhere of this incident in some police reports somewhere, because that area was blocked for several hours from there, Thompson Lane and Halltown Road. That being the case, I would simply say that I wish no ill will to Mr. Head, but the reality is he's opened his business illegally, he is running it illegally, he's breaking codes that you've very clearly put in place and are easily defined. And therefore, I would just simply ask that you take the information that has been presented already, even before me, and just see these as samplings of what is going on. Therefore, I respectfully ask you. I ask you to support the Zoning Commission's recommendations of negative, in other words, don't rezone it, keep it agricultural and residential. These laws are in place for good reason, and we thank you for them. And we would thank you for continuing to keep it zoned as it is and not allow Mr. Head to continue to operate his company at Thompson Lane. Thank you.
Thank you. Brent Corlew.
Brent Corlew, 1007 South Nicky Drive, Portland, Tennessee. It's cut simple, ladies and gentlemen. It's simple. Your fellow commissioner stood up here a while ago and said, let a young man do bigger and better things. This man's trying to grow our community, provide jobs. I promise you, I deal with him every day. I ain't seen him drive one of those semis that these people talk about being stuck in the ditch. Call the trucking company. Don't call Lewis Head. Lewis Head don't own Averett Express. He don't own R&L Trucking. He owns Head Steel Service. Give the man a chance. Let him provide jobs. They're not $10 an hour jobs. I know the people that work for him. They're $30 and $40 an hour jobs. Everybody in here, hopefully it's a working class man, knows that that's a pretty good paying job. Give the man a chance to provide jobs for our community. A lot of these people that's sitting over there don't even live on the same road. It ain't got nothing to do with them. I'm Lewis's personal neighbor. It ain't got nothing to do with them. Nothing at all. Let them worry about their little old acre lot or 2 acre lot in their house and let Lewis have his 5 acres. He bought that land with a building there already. The building was there. Give him the opportunity to run a business, like your fellow commissioner said, a young man to do bigger and better things. It's pretty simple, guys. He's providing for our county. He didn't drive them trucks in the ditch. If you know of a trucking company, they'll hire any warm breathing body. And they'll hire my 9-year-old daughter to drive one of them probably, period. They'll hire anybody. It's not Lewis's fault they drive in the ditch. From when I was in a car seat and my daddy drove me over to that farm that zoned agriculture, whatever you want to call it, I know for a fact there was semis going in and out of there 2 or 3 times a day hauling milk. Semis that these people are talking about that's stuck in a ditch. Well, that man, I know for a fact, Mr. Owens that owned the trucking company hauling the milk out of there, he never got stuck in the ditch. This is hogwash, y'all, hogwash. Give the man an opportunity to run his business and let him provide for our community. Sumner County. That's what we're all here for, is to grow Sumner County. Not put it under the table. If they don't like it, get in your house, call Exit Realty, Derek Miller, Exit Realty. Sell your house and move on. It's real simple. He owns 100 and something acres there. Do they want to see 250 houses built there? With almost every house in Sumner County has 2 vehicles in it. That's 500 cars a day. A day. We're talking, if he does get this passed, 8 to 10 employees. That's 16 cars in and out a day. You do the math.
Thank you. Kenneth Lane.
Kenneth Lane, 452 Thompson Lane. Mainly, I'm here in support of rezoning of the 456 property. I'm 3rd generation, was raised on the dairy farm that Brandon just spoke of, and there was truck traffic, milk trucks, feed trucks coming in and out off Thompson Lane, Halltown Road. To my knowledge, the majority of the people that are here tonight were living in the area at the time. There was never any complaints whatsoever about the truck traffic, farm equipment, tractors, equipment up and down the road. Nothing was ever said about any safety issues, anything like that. And I just don't see anything that is a big concern with the size business that he's wanting to run. It's not a huge commercial operation. We employed about the same amount of employees that he's speaking of employing. Of course, farming, we wouldn't be able to pay them that much. But anyway, I don't see any reason for not rezoning this 5-acre property. The remaining 115 acres is going to be used as agricultural property, as it's always been. And that's about all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabby Allen.
Hello, my name is Tabby Allen. Up until 9 months ago, I lived at 564 Thompson Lane. Now I live about a half-mile down the road at 290 Dink Rut. I don't want to get up here and beat a dead horse. You'll see the pictures and the videos of Mr. Sudith's presentation. You've heard from other community members, and I don't want to repeat what's already been said. However, I do want to mention that it is absolutely absurd that we've been dealing with this for nearly 2 years. I'm an elementary school teacher, and as such, I'm a person who strongly believes we should have rules and procedures to have a successful society. I'm astounded that this business has been able to continue running all this time despite being turned down by planning and zoning, not once, but twice. The people of New Deal are exhausted from this constant need to take pictures, videos, have community meetings, and attend various county meetings to fight this rezone, all while Mr. Head continues to run this business daily. I beg you to vote no to this rezone, and furthermore, stop this business completely from operating anywhere near Thompson Lane. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ken Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. You're going to hear a lot of this repeated as we go. A lot of it's the same story. Ken Allen, 763 Halltown Road, Portland, Tennessee. I live about a mile and a half from the property in question. My wife and I moved here from Hendersonville, loved it to raise our family in a rural setting, and have lived here for more than 30 years. Now, we all understand and expected the growth was coming to our area sooner than later, and the housing boom, and we have welcomed our new neighbors who have moved here for the same reason we did, because it's a rural residential agriculture setting that still has large tracts of farmland all around us. I cannot express to you how out of place and wrong this rezoning request is for Thompson Lane, and how the Halltown Road area we as a community have been dealing with for almost 2 years now. I can assure you that the residents of Thompson Lane and Halltown Road that have already been affected by the actions of this landowner while operating his light industrial steel fabricating factory at 456 Thompson Lane, we do not want any part of it. The community has spent 2 years collecting pictures, emailing public officials, attending various government meetings, and fighting this. Clips of the evidence will soon be seen by Mr. Suda's presentation here in a little bit. There's a couple of things I want to talk about that has been brought up tonight, and one of them is the building. I want to give you some history of my perspective and my information I've gathered by the community of what really came about this building. This is a brand new building that this business is being operated out of, was not an existing building that was ever used by the previous owner. The construction of this building was started in the spring of 2021. It was before the property transferred to the new owner, but was being built before the property was transferred to the new owner, and it was being built by the new owner, but it's still owned by the previous owner. No permit had been pulled, and about midway through the construction, the codes department got involved and an agriculture exempt permit was pulled, which is designed for a barn or agricultural use only, which requires very little oversight or inspection by the county. It seems to be very clear that this building was never intended to be used as a barn or agriculture, but was started with no permit. Then when checked by the codes department, an agriculture exempt permit was pulled, and as soon as the building was complete, the owner was advertising for welders and showing pictures of this building on the internet as Head Steel Service. This website is still active today. And it's all that effort to distort the facts about what is really intended to do, only to find out how hard it is to hide 50-foot trailers loaded with steel, and how difficult it would be to get steel products to and from the building that was built for this business. Another thing I wanted to address, and it spoke just a few minutes ago about the traffic, the impact of the traffic. Until the people here who live on Thompson Lane and Halltown Road have lived it for 2 years. The engineering firm representative of the owner said he went to the site one morning to check the traffic. He was there for several hours and never saw a tractor trailer, not one. He did state that he was not qualified to do a traffic study. At the first legislative committee meeting, when the attorney for the landowner spoke, he stated that there was as many as a dozen trucks a day on Thompson Lane or in that area. So I'd really like to clarify, the only true and clear traffic study that has been done and conducted was not conducted by an independent traffic study company, but has been done by the community. That's been conducted by the community, and anyone in this community that knows what has been out in that area knows what's been going on. And no, they are not certified or qualified to do a traffic study either. The community has invested hours of time and energy over the last 2 years in gathering pictures and videos of what's been going on out there with all the issues with the tractor trailers. Just a small portion of their effort is in Mr. Suda's presentation. It has been an absolute disaster with trucks stuck, knocked down stop signs, traffic stopped to get trucks past, blocked traffic in either direction for more than 6 hours, blocking a school bus with a tractor trailer and a large flatbed truck hauling gas tanks used for welding that cannot pass on Thompson Lane. It goes on and on with this same thing because Thompson Lane is a substandard, narrow country road not designed for tractor trailers. So I'd like to thank everyone who helped collect the overwhelming evidence about the traffic issue and the potential dangers of allowing this to continue. Along with no inspection on the building, no public water source for fire protection, and the traffic issues that we just talked about. With all the facts that have been collected by the community and Mr. Suda, this should give you a good visual idea.
Mr. Allen, your time is up. If you can draw down in about 10 seconds.
We can do that. I would like to speak on behalf of my community and let it be known that there are many who have not, or have been a part of this fight that are not here tonight. Unfortunately, the tensions have been extremely high with rezoning issue, and many do not feel comfortable coming to fight this publicly. On their behalf, we thank you for your time and would appreciate a no vote on this rezoning request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jonathan Carruthers.
Good evening, Jonathan Carruthers. I now live at 564 Thompson Lane. I apologize, I had to come from the gym. The doctor said I was fat and had to work out. So here I am. Had a speech prepared. Was gonna bring my phone up and read it, go through the whole thing. And about 10 minutes ago, I had somebody tell me if I didn't like what's happening to sell my house. I don't get it. I don't care who drives the truck. They're working for Head Construction. And blatant disregard and wanton negligence for the policies and the standards that the community has is what takes precedent here. He can do whatever he wants if you guys let him do it, right? Strike one, he was already got a negative vote. Strike two, he got a second negative vote. I've got the child that almost got hit by a truck. Last Thursday, I was taking my 16-year-old out so she'd get some hours learning how to use the car and drive to get her permit, right, and get her driver's license. It was great. I said, hey, we'll go up Thompson Lane. It's a small little road. Nobody's going to be on there. Whoops, in comes a semi. And my kid's grasping the wheel with all she's got. And I'm like, hey, you probably should go over into the grass over here, but not too far because Dad doesn't want to go down the ditch. And the truck didn't move. I don't know, Mr. Head. Frankly, I don't care. You know what I care about? I care about the rules of the land being upheld. And I care that when people voted, the constituents voted and put this body into place, and I'm sorry we're boring you with this, right? But y'all were voted to uphold those rules and the laws of what take place in Sumner County. This is a cut and dry case. This is not personal. This is a man who knowingly has violated the law. I wouldn't have an employee that does that. I run a business, a pretty wildly successful one. I probably don't pay $40 an hour, honestly. Last I checked, it was 32. Still pretty good money, especially for folks that are probably under the age of 25, right? We got really not much to debate here tonight. We just got to come out here and take our lives at our own risk, because the last time this happened, there were threats outside the hall. Police had to escort people out. And I got people flicking me off and looking at me and cursing at me as they drive down Thompson Lane. You know what? I'm actually a pretty good guy. I'm a God-fearing man who's raising my kids and love my wife. And I happen to love Thompson Lane where I live. So rather than go down the beating the drum of the trucks and everything else that's going on, what we have here is a dairy farm that's no longer a dairy farm, a land that was zoned agricultural. I might make a suggestion. I'd get some chickens. Eggs are pretty expensive these days. Keep it agricultural, right? What we can't do is we can't let people to knowingly violate the law and get away with it, because if you do it for him, you're going to find me back in here putting a business on my property so I can make more money illegally as well. That's the message you will send to everyone in Sumner County if you don't uphold the law of the land. I appreciate your understanding, and I hope you'll vote no.
Thank you. Michael Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Guthrie, 548 Thompson Lane, and I'm here to ask you to vote against the rezoning of 456 Thompson Lane. Many things have already been discussed, Mr. Chairman. I know that you don't necessarily appreciate the repetitive comments, so I'll sort of drop some of these back. We know this has been before Developmental Services, Mr. Chairman, several times, and before the Planning Commission twice, where it's received a negative recommendation. Mr. Chairman, there are a few things that I want to address, though. Traffic has already been addressed. You've already seen the pictures of the semi that blocked Thompson Lane. That's probably from a driver, maybe a 9-year-old, I'm not sure, but somebody who is probably not familiar with that area. I will certainly agree. I will certainly agree with another speaker who said that there was a milk truck at least once a day traveling that road for many years that I personally saw as a child. And there was also a feed truck, Mr. Chairman, that also traveled that roadway. The difference is, Mr. Chairman, is that those drivers of that milk truck and that feed truck were likely the same person over and over for many years. We don't know who's driving the Averitt Express truck that you see that's blocking the Thompson Lane. By the way, for access by a commercial vehicle to 456 Thompson Lane, there's only one way in and one way out, and you see it right there in that picture. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I think that the other vehicles that are being driven through there are not by people who live around here, who are not familiar with the area. And one of the recommendations by the Planning Commission, or at least Development Services, is that there is a dedicated route. You have to turn left onto Thompson Lane from Halltown. If you turn right, you're not going to make it, obviously. One of the representatives for the applicant had said at the Planning Commission that all trucks had supplemented farming by delivering goods out there in this past year. I don't quite see flatbed trucks hauling steel and an oversized load carrying a crane, which still is there tonight or was at 5 o'clock, really supplement farming, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I also want to talk about fire suppression. White House Utility District serves that area of Thompson Lane. However, the area within several hundred feet of 456 Thompson Lane does not have city water. And a representative from White House Utility District told me last week that they think that it will cost several $100,000 to run water up there. Now, to have this rezoned to a light industrial zoning, which will be able to allow the applicant to run his metal business out of their steel business, he's probably going to have flammable gases, torches, cutting torches, welders, things that would increase our risk of fire, Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. Chairman, if we don't have the tools that first responders need to combat a significant event and the roadway is blocked, how, Mr. Chairman, are we going to effectively keep our citizens safe who live in that area? Mr. Chairman, the landscape is extremely important to us. Similar to Bethpage, Shackle Island area, Cottontown that we've recently talked about, we want to maintain that rural feel of New Deal also. We want to maintain that rural character of Thompson Lane, Mr. Chairman, and having something rezoned to light industrial where a business is going to be run, where commercial vehicles travel the road just about daily, does not fit the rural character, Mr. Chairman. So we too oppose anything that's outside of the rural character. Mr. Chairman, I know that owners' rights are extremely important. They are to me. If somebody owns some land, I certainly don't want to tell them what they can and can't do on their land until, Mr. Chairman, the actions done by the applicant or that person on that land directly affect the lives and the quality of life of the people that surround his land. And that's what we fear that this will do. I was talking about creating jobs and expanding business. Well, if we do that, really does that fit within the rural character of this area? We don't want that type of business. I'm certainly personally not opposed to the applicant running his business. I'm just opposed to him running this business in this rural setting, Mr. Chairman. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I'll close with this, and I apologize for taking so long. However, there are some folks here who may agree with what I'm saying. They didn't want to get up here and speak to save some time, but Mr. Chairman, they want to be heard. And if those folks want to silently make their voices heard, then they can certainly do that by raising their hand and save us a few minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Austin Kirby.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure what everyone wants to do after a long Monday is hear from an attorney, so I'll be brief. I represent Lewis and Mary. Austin Kirby, 120 Main Street, Portland, Tennessee. I represent the applicants at 456 Thompson Lane. I'll start by just briefly addressing what we're trying to do and why. This area, historically, as has been mentioned, was a dairy farm. It's been subject to semis and 40-foot-long trailers, as has been mentioned, almost every day of the last 40 years. What we want to do is take one building that is surrounded by active farmland, which my clients run currently with cows, pigs. I believe they may even, in fact, have some chickens, but I'd have to double check on that. They are caretakers of their surrounding land. They want to take one building already existing and change its economic purpose. And that's what I'll probably spend the majority of this 5 minutes talking about. So under the agricultural exemption, under Sumner County's ordinances, the county is basically unable to regulate agricultural purposes, period. So what that means in this context is the steel trucks that have been seen lately, and since we've been dealing with this issue, have been used to create hay rings. That's what has been going on so far. That's what people have been seeing. My clients run a steel manufacturing company. What that means is they put together walkways, railways, and stairwells within their one building were it to be rezoned appropriately. That would be what would be going on inside. Nothing would be taking place in view of the public or harmful to the public. The reason we brought this as a PUD was specifically to work with Sumner County and this commission in order to limit the impact on the overall community for that very purpose. My clients have no interest in demeaning either their own quality of life, which farming is integral to, nor do they want to do that for their neighbors. What we're talking about is a low-impact business that is of value to this county for the tax purpose alone would be of benefit. We're talking about bringing a value add to this community and this county, which is in desperate need of additional funds as well, which rezoning this limited piece of the property would benefit. I live in Portland. I'm a Portland Main Street attorney. There's not a lot that I'd rather see less than something negative coming to my part of town. I actually live out that way. I cleaned out stalls on the Lame Farm when it was still the Lame Farm. I'm very familiar with that land. I drove a Jeep into one of the ponds on that property when I was about 16, or at least took the rap for it from my buddy. I've gotten to know the heads through this process. We've brought it a couple times because the first two attempts weren't correct and they weren't brought within the right framework and the right context of limited impact. This is why we've brought this application this time. These people do not want to see their community change. They live and raise their kids on that same road. They do not want to see they have no intention of changing the surrounding character and nature of their own property either. This 5 acres would solely be used for the benefit of their business, and we'd be more than happy, and we've discussed it at the Planning Commission, to put up barriers from view so that other people aren't impacted by that. I mean, it sounds like from some of the complaints we've heard that might be the best route we could go is to get a dedicated driver in there, and that's something we'd be willing to discuss as well. My clients would be happy with a limitation on this rezone such that if they were ever to transfer this property, it could go back to rural residential because they, as with their neighbors, want to trust that the character and nature of the community they've spent so long investing in would not be changed that way. We are certainly willing to consider that as a limitation. I believe this body could effectively do that by resolution as well, and it's certainly something I'd be willing to work with the county attorney with as well. I believe that about concludes my time, and I'm sure, as everyone's aware,
no one wants to hear from an attorney for longer anyway. So you guys have a good rest of your evening, and thank you.
Thank you. C.J. Merle. Please state your name and address.
Sir. Good evening. C.J. Merle, live at 714 Hamilton Drive, Gallatin, Tennessee. And I am the civil consultant that represents Lewis Head. A couple things that I'd like to discuss. I will be discussing the technical aspects of the PUD itself. As Austin mentioned, I did not get involved with this project until October, whenever we submitted for what was then the third time. I was not involved the first two times, so I cannot speak to anything that happened during that time. The four things I'd like to discuss tonight are the PUD itself and the uses associated with the PUD. Ultimately, what a PUD does is, as y'all all already probably know, is it allows you to eliminate uses out of a certain zoning district. That zoning district that we have as an underlying zoning district is light industrial, and we have limited the use to only welding and manufacturing of steel products, and that's it. All of those uses would be happening indoors, nothing outside, and there would be no harmful chemicals being used at that time. The second thing that I would like to discuss is the truck traffic. Now, being a civil engineer, I am technically allowed to perform a traffic study on properties. However, normally whenever you do a traffic study, it is based on trip generation for the traffic study. This trip generation, we actually approached 2 or 3 other traffic consultants, and none of them would take it because they would not have a traffic study to perform, because the trip generation is that of a rural road, and based on the trip counts that we established while we were on site, we decided to perform our own traffic study while we were on site. During AM peak hours and PM peak hours, the trip generations that we calculated were a rural classification based on AASHTO standards. As mentioned in the previous Planning Commission meeting, the drivers have been told that the dedicated route is from Highway 76 down Halltown Road and making a left onto Thompson Lane. Based on measurements taken in the field and CAD, truck movements were provided in that traffic study showing the left turn lane and the right turn out from Thompson onto Halltown. The third thing I'd like to discuss is the building itself. As Austin mentioned, there was an ag exemption. However, since getting involved, there has been a structural engineer come out based on feedback that the applicant got from the county to basically check to make sure that the building was constructed properly, and the structural engineer has stated that the building was constructed properly. To speak to fire safety for the building, because there are no combustible materials inside, meaning the stuff that they're welding is metal, the building is metal, the floor is concrete, there's no combustible materials, it's not wood structure, fire suppression systems are technically not required. The county does not have a fire code that they have adopted. But if you base the building off of the 2018 International Fire Code, it says that you can go up to a 12,000 square foot building without fire sprinklers as long as you don't have combustible materials. This building is 10,000 square feet. So the need for water being ran to the site for fire suppression purposes is not required based on the International Fire Code. Also, if we did run the water would loop entirely around the entire section of Thompson Lane, and according to White House Utility District, that would be an 8-inch water line, which would make, just based on past experience, would make that entire area that much easier to develop with residential property, because the capacity would then be there for the taking. Happy to answer any other questions y'all may have. That's all.
That concludes the public hearing, and now we will debate issue under 230102. Do I have a motion? Motion by Mr. Jones, Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? All right, second by Mr. Sullivan. Your motion, of course, is to approve. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Jones? No, this is to approve. All right. We need a motion to either approve or reject this. All right, motion to reject. Second by Commissioner Miller. Any discussion? All in favor? Let's see, Commissioner Klein.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I will be voting against this. I believe that we have reasons for zoning in the county, and this is clearly, in my line of thinking as a former builder and a former landowner, this is clearly a medium intensity manufacturing plant. There are reasons that you have those kinds of plants in industrial areas that are zoned in that way. This is farmland. At the request of one of the homeowners along that property, I drove it last week, and as many pictures as we can see, driving it is a whole different issue. That area is clearly not ever intended for 18-wheelers, 53-foot trailers to be bringing long pieces of I-beams and other steel that comes with it. I've seen pictures of the inside. I believe that the power they have there is three-phase, which is high intensity. You would never find that on a farm, or rarely ever find it on a farm, maybe a corporate farm. And I just believe that with everything that's happened in the circuitry that it has happened, this property should never have had this kind of manufacturer on it, and it needs to stop here. We have, to my knowledge, 3 different situations in the county where people have violated codes. They continue to violate codes. 2 of them I know will be litigated by our county attorney. And they keep saying that people should just move away if they don't like it. The proper thing to do is for the manufacturer to move to an industrial area and allow the rural residential zoning to remain rural residential. Because if you open this Pandora's box, it will continue to be open over and over again. Thank you for your time.
Commissioner Wynn. I don't understand your inquiry. I think we're on the right track. I'm going to rule that way anyway unless I'm overturned. Commissioner.
There's a motion to deny the request.
Yeah, which opens it for discussion.
Commissioner Wynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I saw this, I was very concerned. I've spent some time here as of recent and just looking over the 2035 plan to familiarize myself with that. And looking at this purchase date of this property, it looks like it was purchased well after this plan was established. And so it was said in public comments, but it's not a secret that this was not intended to be an industrial area. It's in the plan to be a rural residential area, agricultural use, 5-acre minimum lots. That's in the plan. I want to see us protect these areas, and I want to see us adhere to the plan. That's why I made the motion, and that's why I'm not going to support this being approved.
Commissioner Schob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, yeah, I'll cut to the chase here. I've actually had my mind changed on this. I had done looked at this and had spoken to a couple people and was preparing to vote in the affirmative for it, but I think my mind has been changed. But I do think I need to be maybe an outside voice on this. At some juncture, if I were Mr. Head, I'd sell this property. I mean, that's what I'd do if I can't, put a business on it. And I agree with the sentiment here that you purchase this property under the auspices of it being rural residential or agricultural. You can't very well go and put a new business on it before you get it changed. And for that reason alone, I think I would be against this now, understanding the timeline of it, which I didn't quite get before. But at some juncture, we're going to have to be honest with ourselves in this commission, in this county, that I think the majority of us here are against high-density residential development. We're against more residential development out in the county, which I certainly am. It won't scale. But when we reduce the supply of homes, you're going to, over time, increase the value of those. And so, while this may not be the case, we're going to have to, at some juncture, figure out how to recruit and grow businesses like Mr. Head's here in Sumner County. So I feel like that needs to be said. Even though I'm gonna vote against this tonight, I think there are a lot of things that are heated here. We've got to find a way to help folks like this find a home here if it's not going to be in this location. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Ring.
Thank you, sir. I think the bottom line here is he's been operating this business for 2 or more years illegally. We cannot reward people for operating an illegal business. We've dealt with this before. If he had come to the Planning Commission 3 years ago to get a zoning change and they had approved it, that's a wholly different matter. But the matter is, this has been operating illegally and we need to stop it. It needs to end. Thank you.
Commissioner Lambert, and I was going to call on you last since you're the commissioner of
That's
that
fine.
area.
Am I last, or I can be patient if I need to?
I would like to hear a recommendation.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Chairman, I was actually approached about this well before I even was elected. It was probably one of the first issues that I was approached about. And so saying that, I've spent many hours, whether it's on the phone or with meetings with different constituents. And I also want to thank the fellow commissioners that reached out to me throughout at some point in the last few months, whether it's went through planning or not, just to get some background on that instead of just blindly voting. I think that sometimes Washington could take note of that to go into that. But no matter what I think about this personally, I didn't get elected, and I don't think any of us got elected to share our personal opinion, but that of the neighbors. And that being said, when things come before this body, what I try to put myself in is how do neighbors affect that? And I think my understanding is that while some neighbors are okay with this, as we heard tonight, an overwhelming majority are not. So I won't rehash all the reasons that they said. I think they gave some very convincing and valiant arguments. But I'll ask that we all put ourselves in those neighbors' shoes and ask what we would like to see if we lived on that road or in that area. So based off the concerns of the majority of the citizens that reached out to me and for the reasons that the unanimous negative recommendation of the Planning Commission, I just can't approve this rezone request.
Thank you. It is posted on the board, if you will. Vote at this time. Madam Clerk. This is a vote to reject. A yes is to reject the appeal.
Anyone wishing to change their vote?
It appears that the vote is unanimous to deny the rezoning. Commissioner Jones.
Mr. Chairman, with that negative recommendation, what is the follow-up here? This property's been operating out of compliance for 2 years. Are we going to, is there any litigation that has to be waited on before we bring him into compliance? Or I've been asked by some of the citizens to make that request to know what the length of time for the outcome to be.
I think we're involved probably in that at this time, and I don't know if Mr. Sittler wants to speak to that or not. It would be a matter of the Planning Commission with Mr. Sittler pursuing their recommendation on whatever.
I think some sort of
this.
timeline.
Would you like to say something to that, Mr. Sittler, about what the procedure would be at this point?
I don't mind, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to take the opportunity, because I'm just a month into this, I'd like to get more of a backstory on how long this has been going on, when it started. But yes, I think the county needs to take some legal steps to address the non-compliance issue. So I'll be willing to meet with any of the commissioners that want to discuss that with me. Thank you.
Commissioner Becker?
If we're done with that topic, I had a separate question. So
we're off.
Okay, good.
Okay.
So my question, I guess, is point of information or whatnot, going back to 2301-01 that we've already voted on. To me, the resolution in the packet doesn't match what the description is and what the supporting memorandum is, and so I just wanted to, either I'm just confused by it, or maybe there's an error in the resolution. Because it's docketing the Highway Public Works Fund analysis.
Okay, I tell you what I'm going to prefer to do with this, is I'll give Mr. Sittler an opportunity to look at this while we're recessed in just a moment, and we'll get back with you if that's okay with you.
Yes, yeah, that's fine.
All right, let's move on to written reports of county officials, and that is for your information, and at this time we'll vote on notaries. Do I have a motion? Motion by Commissioner Rogers and a second by Commissioner Mansfield. That will be on the board, please.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Okay, I believe that is a unanimous. We have one person that did not vote, but other than that, everyone else voted aye. Now, at this time, let me give you just a few instructions, if you don't mind. We want to go to room 112, and there will be every opportunity in the world to stop you and talk and different things. We will give you time after the meeting to take a break, and then we'll come back in here to meet. But at this time, we're going to room 112, and if you would go there, please. And I'm going to ask the deputy, if he would, to see that everyone remains seated until you very quickly move to room 112. take a seat, if you will. Before we go on any further in regard to our conversation with the attorney, Commissioner Brown is in the queue, and this is in regard to what action might be taken in regard to the recess meeting. Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we reject the offer that was proposed in this executive session that we just had in room 112.
All right, motion made and a second. Commissioner Show.
I'm waiting for it. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to be real brief on this, and I think we need to get to the merits of the actual resolution itself soon, but I'm just going to be super blunt. For me, I don't speak for everybody, but I don't bend with a gun to my head. Legal, metaphysical, physical. That's the way it is. So
I think that's short and sweet, and I think that's the way it ought to be. We need to either vote up or down, and then we'll be discussing something later on in the meeting. So there's no one else in the queue, and I would ask that the clerk just put on the board rejection of offer.
What's a yes or no vote on?
It's a no to accept the offer. It would be a yes vote to not accept the offer. Restate your motion.
I move that we reject the offer that was done in the executive session in room 112.
All right, so if you're voting to reject the offer, that's his motion, it'd be a yes vote. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk. Pardon? Who were the ladies? Okay. All right. The motion is to reject the offer that was made, basically, and that would be a yes vote to reject. All right, that's on the board, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner, record your vote.
All right, it appears that we have 20 yes votes and 3 abstentions and none in the no column. Let's move forward now to committee reports. Committee on committees. Oh, let me, pardon me, just a minute, Mr. Mansfield. Mr. Becker, sometimes I wish you were not as observant as you are. You were exactly right. We have the highway report here, but the school, for some information, was some way attached to that. We don't have to vote on that, I've been told anyway. It's just for docketing purposes. So, but we will give you the highway, everyone will give you the highway information at next month's meeting. So, okay. All right, Committee on Committees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee of Committees met, and up first is a Solid Waste Board 6-year term. County Mayor recommendation for Presley Powers to replace Ben Harris, and I so move.
Motion been made, second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
E911 Board, 3-year term, Teddy Baird to replace Alan Driver, County Mayor recommendation, I so move.
Motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Agricultural Extension Service Committee, Krista Oswald, Dwight Dixon, Nicole Guillotte, and Ray Rainwater were recommended by the committee, and I so move.
All, motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Library Board, Ruth Fennell to replace Beth Popick, and I so move.
Motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, like sign. Okay.
It says expires in January of, I guess, this month. Is that what is the length of the term?
This is a 3-year term, or excuse me, I think it's I'm not sure if it's a 3 or 2-year term. I think all the terms in the Library Board are 3-year terms, if I'm not mistaken. So
Okay.
they meet every other month, so they last met in December. They'll meet again next month.
Gotcha.
All right, thank you. And we have the new library board member. Would you raise your hand here? So thank you for being here tonight. Education Committee, Commissioner Brown. We've done very well tonight, folks. We really have. And I'm going to give an award at the end of the night for being the person being the most civil. So let's really work toward that. Let's have a healthy debate and remain very civil.
Okay, even though this resolution was sent through the full commission the first time according to our adopted standing procedures and policy and passed, we had a frivolous and malicious lawsuit placed against the whole commission and also certain members of the commission initially. We took this resolution through the committee this time, which passed, then to the full commission tonight in order to satisfy the lawsuit. There is one change to the resolution from the first one that I will address later. This resolution was aimed to try and encourage the Board of Education to uphold Tennessee Code 39-17-911 and also Tennessee Code 49-06-1019 so that the county does not have funds withheld by the state by their violation and also for the common decency of our students attending public schools. I visited Hendersonville Public Library recently and looked for Lawn Boy, which was not in the inventory. And then I also read an article here in the Daily Mail which said that the author of the LGBT book Lawn Boy, which describes 2 10-year-old boys giving each other oral sex, admits the graphic story was never meant for school libraries. He says down in the article, Everson told the Washington Post the book was never intended to be placed in school libraries. Later on in the article, it says some school districts may have selected the book for their libraries after the American Library Association gave it an award in 2019, it being published in 2018, for its special appeal to young adults. A synopsis of the book notes, Lawn Boy is an important, entertaining, and completely winning novel about social class distinctions, about overcoming cultural discrimination, and about standing up for oneself. Everson has accepted it could not be interpreted, has accepted it could be interpreted as too profane, but insisted the controversial passages were not intended to glorify the experience. I also looked for the book A Place Inside of Me and noticed that it was listed in the teenage section of the library, not in the children's section, which was very large there at Hendersonville, as did Jack Anderson Elementary School. I was pleased to see that the public library was trying to discern what was age appropriate and give the child a chance to develop the cognitive skills to make those decisions for themselves rather than indoctrination at such an early age. The only difference between this resolution and the first is that I've added the head librarians, those personnel who select the books and also are the curators of the libraries and principals, those personnel who sign for the purchase orders of those books, into the next to the last paragraph, so that it reads, be it resolved that the Sumner County Commission strongly encourages the formation of 3 material and curriculum review committees, 1 each for the elementary, middle, and high school levels, to review appropriate books for the school district. Further, it is resolved that the head librarians, principals, director of schools, and the chief academic officer are hereby strongly encouraged to ensure that the Sumner County school environment is free from obscene and provocative material in accordance with Tennessee Code. Therefore, we, as the Education Committee, are strongly encouraging, and there are no punitive or judicial measures or a measure beyond our scope, as the county legislative body mentioned in this resolution. The Sumner County Board of Education, Director of Schools, Chief Academic Officer, head librarians, and principals are strongly encouraged to keep our schools free from literature that breaks these 2 laws and cause Sumner County to lose state funding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is that a motion to
That's a motion.
accept this resolution?
I
Is there a
so move.
second? Second, all right. Any discussion? Commissioner Wynn.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we had about an hour and a half worth of debate on this resolution back on November 14th at our commission meeting, where this resolution was brought to the floor without any discussion in committee, though it was on an agenda to discuss for committee. I have a few questions still. So has there been an official investigation as to how the book Lawn Boy made its way into a few of our school libraries?
Would the chairman have knowledge of that?
No, there was not, but again, if it's not a violation,
Thank you.
put it back on the shelf.
So is there a pending lawsuit concerning this resolution?
Mr. Chairman.
No.
There's not a pending lawsuit?
Oh, there is a pending lawsuit, yes.
Okay. What is the subject of this lawsuit?
I'll ask Mr. Sittler to respond to that, or what he cannot say.
The meat of it seems to be the Open Meetings Act and the validity of the ordinance as it went through, or the resolution as it went through the last time.
All right. Now, has there been a judgment rendered on this lawsuit?
Negative.
All right. So I'm wondering why we're revisiting this resolution if there was not a violation of the law of the Open Meetings Act.
Well, I don't know if Mr. Sittler wants to answer that or not, but I think that it's a matter of clarity.
Say again?
A matter of clarity, I think.
Okay. So at this month's Education Committee meeting, the statement was made that this resolution was being ran back through to satisfy parts of a lawsuit. But if there's not a violation of the law, then why are we doing this? So was the law broken? So did we have a violation of Open Meetings Act? So those are questions that I've got, but we'll just hold that thought because I think that we can have some opinions could be formed as to what a violation of the law would be. But during our November commission meeting, there were statements from commissioners such as, this is common sense when you look at the law. This is our opinion. We're expressing how we view the whole issue. We're not adjudicating anything. Strongly encouraged, not adjudicated, not causing any kind of burden to be put on them as far as jail time or fine or anything like that. We're asking them to do something so this doesn't happen again. We're just asking them to follow the law. But the words that would lead one to believe this is only an opinion are missing from this resolution. It was missing then, they're still missing now. The TCA Code 39-17-911 states, it is unlawful for a person to knowingly sell or loan. Now, as has been pointed out, a common sense reading of the law would lead a reasonable person to conclude there was a violation. I would agree with this statement, but only at a surface level. There's a key word here that we continue to gloss over. That word's knowingly. At our November meeting, our chief academic officer stated on the record that as soon as they knew or they were made aware, so knowingly, the book was removed. So I would agree that the book's content fits the criteria for a violation, but to determine knowingly, there would need to be an investigation as to how the book got on the shelves of the library. So to which, to my knowledge, and the knowledge of our education chairman, hasn't happened. So there has been no finding of a willful act of defiance to knowingly violate law. So,
I guess I'm at a point, we know there's litigation going on in this, and maybe this question is more for legal. I don't know where this storyline or gaslighting dictatorship is going, but I think we need to have more direct motions, since there is and has been acknowledged there's pending litigation. This sounds more like a dissertation or some mediation. We need to get to the point of our motion, I do believe.
I appreciate Commissioner Rogers' comments, and I'm getting there.
Just one moment. I will say, I was listening to what you had to say, and it was getting a little bit away from the actual motion. I was trying to give you some leeway there, but if you can, please bring this back to the specific motion that's been made, either for or against.
Absolutely, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. This is going to lead up to an amendment. I'm just making a few points for offering an amendment to the motion.
Let's not lead up. Let's just get to the point.
Let me finish here. So let me be clear. So I don't support this type of material in our schools. But I also believe in the basic rights enshrined in the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, which is due process. So how we achieve our objectives is just as important as what we're able to achieve. So this document has really not changed, and it still contains findings from the Court of Public Opinion. The law has been broken. However, there has been no findings from a judicial body or any other body with the authority to make that determination confirming the opinion stated in this resolution that laws were broken, yet we are still determined to represent opinion as fact. So, since by the words of this body, we're just asking everyone to follow the law, and specifically the words in Section 9 of this resolution states that we as a commission support the just laws of the state of Tennessee, I'd like to offer an amendment. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to insert the following language after paragraph 11, or the 11th whereas section, and I've got a copy here I'll hand to the clerk. So I'd like to insert the language, whereas a violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 8-44-101 was found, which prohibits members of a governing body from meeting privately to deliberate on public business, and whereas the chairman of education has failed to comply with Tennessee state law. I'd like to insert that language, and I'd also like to insert at the end of the be it resolved, the last sentence further, it is resolved the education chairman is strongly encouraged to abide by Tennessee state law in the deliberation of public business. I'd also like to add the language at the very end of the be it further resolved at the end of the sentence, and just add and Sumner County Commission.
So let me get this straight. You are accusing the education chairman of breaking the law?
No, sir. I'm just asking everyone to follow the law.
Asking him to follow the law?
I'm asking everybody to follow the law. Strongly encouraging.
But you're not saying he broke the law?
No, sir. Not at all.
All right. I just want to get in my mind what you were saying there. The motion's been made. Is there a second to this amendment?
I'll second for discussion.
Second's been made. Now, we have several people in the queue, and I'm hearing only on this amendment now. Does anyone want to speak to this amendment? Commissioner Rogers?
Mr. Chairman, we have litigation that's before this body, of which we're named in. I believe that part of that litigation is violation of a sunshine law and maybe some other things that's contained therein. The motion that was just made, I don't have a copy of. I don't know what we're amending and where we're putting what. So with that, I will vote no on this because I think it just even more muddies the water of what we're already in. And I would encourage my fellow commissioners to vote no as well. And let's stay steadfast on what we have in front of us before we get even in a bigger mess than what we already have. I will vote no.
All right. Now, the people who are in the queue were there earlier, so I'm assuming this is on the main motion. Would you please raise your hand if you are wanting to speak to the amendment?
I appreciate that.
Anyone? All right, we're ready to vote on this amendment then. Madam Clerk, if you will post it.
Each commissioner record your vote.
It appears to have received one affirmative vote.
My button's not working.
All right, if you'll just.
I voted yes also.
Okay, with 2 affirmative votes, so it fails. All right, Commissioner Becker.
Okay, I have a few questions and probably some amendments that are going to follow. Mr. Chairman, my questions are probably directed toward the law director, but I can ask you or ask him, whichever one.
Ask me and I'll ask him.
Okay, great. From a legal, I'm not a lawyer, so forgive me here. So from a legal standpoint, so I've got several questions. My first question, in the second paragraph, the second whereas, where it says, whereas a violation of TCA 391791-1 was found. Okay. So from a legal term standpoint, it says, whereas a violation was found. Okay. My first question is that like who found? When a resolution says, whereas a violation was found, is that supposed to be in the legal world? It was agreed, or it was determined, or a parent found something in a book? So my question is, what does whereas a violation was found mean?
Mr. Sitton.
Is that directed towards me?
I'm asking the chairman.
Okay. And your question is, did this violation occur?
I'm sorry.
Are you asking where the violation occurred?
No, my question is, when the resolution says, whereas a violation was found, what does that mean in legal terms?
It means that there was an occurrence that initiated this resolution.
Okay. So who found the violation in this resolution? Whereas a violation was found.
It's obvious that it's not named. I don't know that that's necessary to name the violation as to it being.
From a legal standpoint, this doesn't mean that a court system agreed that a violation occurred. It's someone's opinion that a violation was occurred.
Correct.
So the court system doesn't agree that a violation occurred.
Somebody has made a determination that there was a violation of Tennessee statute, which led to this resolution.
A judge made that determination, or
I did not create this resolution. I do not know when the infraction was.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like our law director's opinion of, when it says whereas a violation was found, is that, did a judicial system, legal system, agree that the violation occurred?
I will answer, and then he can say what he wants in regard to it, but a court has not ruled, a judicial system has not ruled, but that determination was made obviously by a large majority of the commissioners here in support of that a violation was made. And if you vote for this resolution, I think you're saying, as I think a person would say, yes, I affirm that I believe something is wrong.
So, going back to the earlier comment made by the previous commissioner that spoke, for the violation to have been found legally, it would have been found that a person knowingly sold or sell or loan, whatever. So my question, this resolution says a violation was found, and if it was not legally found that a violation occurred, then sounds like this is just an opinion, if I'm hearing you right. It's opinion that we think that Sumner County Schools knowingly had that book to sell or loan for monetary consideration, et cetera.
Well, basically, it comes down to this. Almost any resolution we pass on this commission is just that, an opinion of the people who vote for that resolution. And that's basically where we are with this resolution.
Yeah, but not when a resolution says that a violation of state law was found. When a resolution says a violation of a state code when a violation of state code occurred, that's not an opinion. It should be a fact. So maybe that's my question, Mr. Chairman. Is whereas a violation was found, is that a fact or an opinion? Thank you. That's a great way to say it.
In the minds of some people, it's a fact.
Okay, say that. I'm sorry.
I said in the minds of some people, many people on this commission, it is fact.
And does the law director agree with its fact?
I don't know if the law director would want to make a statement.
I will make one comment. Adjudication and the fact that an event occurs do not have to be in conjunction with each other. Laws are broken every day that don't get adjudicated. So I don't think that's a linchpin to this, is the fact that it wasn't prosecuted or there's some judge's ruling that an infraction occurred changes the fact that it might have, and it necessitated this resolution. But again, I'm merely here to advise. I didn't draft the resolution.
Okay. All right. So my understanding is that this resolution is, the violation was found would be our opinion, not a fact. Because in my opinion, if it was factually found, then this is a no-brainer. But it's my opinion that it's an opinion that a violation was found. And so that's where I differentiate. So I'll come back to that. So number 8, paragraph 8, so it's the 8th whereas. It's going to be the same question. Whereas violations of this other Tennessee code were found, is that a fact or an opinion?
Repeat where that is.
It's the 8th paragraph. It's the 8th whereas. Maybe that's easier. It's the 8th whereas. It says, whereas violations of Tennessee Code 490610 or 1019A were found. The second paragraph on the second page. So it's whereas violations of Tennessee Code 49061019A were found. My question is, was that a fact or is that an opinion?
To you, it might be an opinion. To Commissioner Brown, it might be a fact. To me, it might be something else.
Okay. All right. So number 10, so two more down.
the 10th, it says, whereas the administration and the Board of Education of Sumner County Schools have failed to comply with Tennessee law. Is that a fact or an opinion?
Obviously, by this resolution, if it passes, we're stating it's a fact.
Okay. So if the resolution...
That we believe it's a fact.
Yeah, if the resolution passes as is, I would agree with your opinion that we're stating that the entire thing is a fact, not an opinion. So then number 11, and I brought this up last time, this is, and I know it's been a couple months, but number 11, whereas statements by some individual staff and administrative personnel indeed appear to argue for direct defiance of Tennessee law. Again, this has been a couple months, but I don't know what that even means. I don't even know how to form an opinion about whether I agree with that statement or not. Because I can't think of, I don't, unless there's somewhere in here where they're supporting documentation or whatnot for that statement. It says, whereas statements by some individual staff and administrative personnel indeed appear to argue for direct defiance of Tennessee law. Maybe the education chairman can explain that one a little bit before I offer some amendments.
The November Board of Education meeting, a lot of the people there, librarians, the Board of Education themselves, did not even want to bring this, the lawn boy up on the agenda, period. And then they also allowed a place inside of me to remain in Jack Anderson.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I tried to, when this passed a couple months ago, I made several amendments that ultimately failed, which is fine. But the goal of my amendment was to leave all of the factual information and to exclude all of the opinionated statements. So again, the intent is to leave everything that's factual, and the amendment is to remove the opinionated portions. One of the speakers earlier said, referenced a book about, it was 98% good, but the 2% there, it was a great story. And to me, when she was mentioning it, I think she's left, but I was like, hey, this is it, because I agree with 98%. I agree with 100% of what's in this resolution that's fact. 100%. It's the 2%, I'll say, using that same analogy, that is the opinionated portion that I would like to address with my amendments. Okay? So the resolution, in my opinion, still meets the intention of the intention of the resolution if we remove the opinions, leave the facts, remove the opinions. So my first amendment would be to, and I'll just do these one at a time, is to strike paragraph 2, the whereas. The second whereas. So that's my first amendment. I've got a few amendments.
And not reinserting anything else, striking it.
Just strike it.
And we have a second from Commissioner Baker-Ring. Is there any discussion to that amendment? Commissioner Sho.
So I would just, on this come on real quick. First off, it's just a matter of fact, since we're trying to talk about facts here. I do believe that a body did find a violation, at least a violation of school board policy that was designed to almost word for word emulate state law. And so there was a finding by a committee convened by the school board to review this, and that finding was that the book needed to be reviewed because it failed policy. And again, that policy is almost word for word. I don't have it in front of me, but I remember looking at it. It's almost word for word mirroring state law. So there was factually a finding that there was a violation of policy, not law. So that's item number 1. Item number 2, again, That aside, this states, this is our opinion, so if, it is my opinion that a violation occurred, I'll state that openly. If you don't think that a violation occurred, vote against it.
Thank you. Anyone else on the amendment only? All right, Commissioner Teachner.
I want to say, I abstained from this last time. I didn't like it, the way that it ended, but I liked the concept. And I believe that Commissioner Becker, I think I see where he's going with what he's saying. And if you read the first part, the resolution, if you just read the first paragraph, really it's just kind of the last paragraph, close to the last paragraph, the meat of the resolution. So where I have a problem is everyone I've been contacted by or everyone I've talked to in my district they've all agreed that they don't want obscene or inappropriate materials in the schools. But also, everyone I've talked to from the schools have felt the same way. And I'll give you an example, and our kiddos have gone to a few schools, and so I'm not going to name the school or anything, but one of my children, they were reading a book that we didn't feel comfortable with that book. And so we didn't, at that time, we didn't know the proper channel, except I just felt like the proper channel was to go straight to the teacher. And I spoke with that teacher of that child of mine in that school. And I don't know that we agreed ideologically, but they took my recommendation and my concerns and addressed it very appropriately in my parental opinion at the time, and just made a little bit of a maneuver to where that wasn't an issue anymore. So I don't think it should ever be said of what school it was or where it was or even what year it was, but I felt that was something that I admired about just going directly to them. I like the concept behind this so much because I'm a Christian, and I try to keep my children as safe as possible. But then on the other hand, some of this I still have a problem with when you read it, because there are certain statements in here that I like, like I said, the meat and potatoes, but then when you say that it was found, it's hard to disagree if you just look at a common sense kind of like look at it about what the Commissioner Becker was speaking on. It looks opinionated. It really does. And so, well, that's my opinion. But when I come down through it, I love the meat and potatoes of it, and I think the school board and the schools would love the commission rallying behind them. If we just said, be it resolved that the Sumner County Commission strongly encourages the formation of 3 material and curriculum review committees, 1 for each grade band. It says it exactly like this, to review appropriate books.
Ms. Teachner.
And well, I'm still speaking on his amendment.
Okay.
And I believe that's where he's getting to. I'm trying to speak to it, because I just don't want us to go through it where we vote up and down, and then I believe that the concept, I hope that's okay to say, and we've got these be it resolves that have no opinion in them at all. But what I'm getting at is they're just strongly encouraging the things that I believe every citizen that I've ever spoken to, except for maybe 3 or 4, agree with. So I think a lot of the trouble comes down to that, and my worry is, I think the same worry that Commissioner Becker has on that. I don't think that there's any disagreement on that at all. So that's just what I want to state before that we go through each individual one. I don't know if it's good to talk about the whole thing, but it may be unpopular, but I just believe opinions are no good, So, I mean, I really believe that we should be more factual, because we're just giving a resolution. We're making a recommendation to actually, try to rectify it in the county's eyes the way that the county sees the need to raise the children of this county. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else on this before we vote? All right, Madam Clerk, if you'll post that.
Mr. Wright.
All right, Commissioner Wright.
I may direct this for.
There we go. On the amendment?
Yes, to the county attorney, please.
Okay.
I'm familiar somewhat with criminal law. There's elements to a crime. Civil law is the same way, correct?
Yes.
So basically where it says, whereas a violation of TCA code so-and-so, it met certain elements of that crime, correct?
On which one? Which one are you looking at?
The one you were talking about.
Paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2. Violation TCA 391791 was found. That means there was an element of that crime that was found, correct?
That's how I'm reading this, yes.
It doesn't state who committed that violation. And
No.
I think that's what you were getting at, wasn't it? Is who is responsible for that violation.
What I'm getting at is opinion of, whose opinion is it that the school system knowingly violated? Because that's, I mean, the law is knowingly, so in whose opinion did they knowingly do it or not? The book is garbage, it's straight trash, no one's arguing with that. So hopefully no one paints my comments in that light, but my point of this is that unless that is a fact, I would like to remove it. That's what my amendment is.
And I understand that. I was just trying to clarify. If it meets the elements of that crime, then that crime was committed, correct?
Your statement is correct, yes.
So it met certain elements of that crime. That's why it states that that crime was committed. It was found to have been committed. It's not an opinion, it met the standard of that crime, correct?
Then it was committed?
The elements of that crime was met.
If that's a true statement, then it was committed. Yeah, is that what you're asking? I think this, as far as a legal perspective, the resolution, it's really apples and oranges here. The only thing that's important is that this is a true statement legally. Whether it was prosecuted or not has no bearing on it. So that's as in-depth as I can get from a legal standpoint.
Right. And I think does that answer your amendment? No. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk. All right, Commissioner Jones.
What I could say could be spoken to the main or to this one, but I think the whole point is trying to clarify or dissolve my fellow commissioners' amendment. So I'll just go ahead and say it. I just want to give everybody something to think about. In paragraph 2, if you want to follow along, it says violation of TCA were found in the books. If I say don't say ABC and the book says ABC, there's a violation. And I believe there's a clear distinction between a violation was found and we found the school administrators were in violation. Those are two clearly different statements. A violation was found by the letter of the law. Commissioner Schoaf mentioned that. Commissioner Terry said that. So that settles number 2. I believe it's worded fine. Paragraph number 4 whereas the administration and Board of Education in Sumner County have failed to comply with Tennessee state law.
Commissioner Jones, let's stick to the specific amendment he's made. I think he's moving.
Just on
toward
number
that.
2?
Yes.
Okay, I'll handle the other two in the main motion.
All right. All right, Madam Clerk, place it on the board. Commissioner Ring did you want to speak?
After the main motion.
Commissioner Wynn?
Okay. So I appreciate the last commissioner's comments. One thing I will point out is that the whereas a violation does say was found in the book, but when we're quoting this TCA, this TCA statute, this 39-17-911, it's not school specific. This is for like your gas station, any of that, anywhere that obscene materials may be distributed. This is for a personal action. This is governing a personal action. And so I think Mr. Becker's concern is very valid here because, you know, we're saying there was a violation found in this book, but the TCA stated and being used to allege a violation is for a personal action. So I don't know, can we get some clarity on that piece?
So is that an opinion?
That would be my opinion, which some would see as fact, so we've heard, but I don't see how, I'm just having a hard time with this just being about the book whenever the law being stated is about personal action. It's to govern a personal action.
Okay. Anything else? I don't know that anyone can help you formulate how you're thinking about this, but is there a person you want to ask a question of? Mr. Sittler, would you like to answer that?
I do not have that statute in front of me. I can't answer to that.
It's in the, Mr. Chairman, comments made towards what I said. Could I address that?
Just a moment, let him finish. Go ahead.
So what was the question again?
Is that statute for personal action, or is that for an actual item?
Well, the reason I say I don't have the statute is I'd need to look at the full EDSEC, as it were, the full statute to see if there was a overall governing thought process here, if it was for a specific entity or multiple entities. And I just can't answer that based on one snapshot of one statute. So I'll be more than glad to get back with you on that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jones. Please keep it to his amendment. We're on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The clarity I want to provide is, he is correct in saying that that could be viewed as that. We found a violation. It may be personally liable. We don't know yet. It has not been adjudicated, but the fact still remains a violation was found. We need to see it through. It may need to be adjudicated, but it doesn't take away from the fact that a violation was found. It doesn't matter if it was personal or not. That is yet to be seen. A violation was found.
All right.
I think everybody can agree with that.
All right, hopefully there's no one else. Commissioner Teachner.
I'll keep it short. I forget to look at my leg. I just wanted to say, can I make a request for an amendment to the amendment? I would like to see the full thing instead of it being piecemealed, because I don't feel comfortable voting on just what if parts of them are in and parts are out. My viewpoint.
Well, how he makes his amendments would be up to him, so we couldn't, I'm gonna rule that out of order.
Okay.
Any other, Commissioner Rogers?
Call for question.
Thank you. Okay. Put it on the board. No one else is in the queue. I don't see any other hands. Would you restate your amendment one more time, Commissioner Becker?
Yes, the current, I've got a couple others before I yield the
strike paragraph 2 altogether. All right.
Can I make an amendment to his amendment?
You could, I wish you wouldn't at this point. You're just going to complicate the whole situation. It is not a good thing to do at this point. All right, you will vote at this time, commissioners.
Each commissioner records your vote.
All right, with a 2/3 vote, that 16 to 6, that fails. Commissioner Becker.
Okay, with that failing, on the same paragraph 2, I would like to add one word in front of the word violation. I would say, whereas a perceived violation was found.
A perceived violation was found?
Yes.
Okay. So you're adding the word perceived. All right. Are there, raise your hand if you want to speak to the amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there a second to that, incidentally? Okay, Commissioner Wynn. All right, we're going to place that on the board. I see no hands.
Each commissioner records your vote.
There it goes. Can we, is there any way we can revote for the full 15 seconds? We had like 5 seconds to rush there. Not everybody voted.
Clerk wants to know what you...
Like, we weren't able to vote, our button wasn't working until like the last 5 seconds. It happens quite a bit.
So what are you saying?
To me, it was close enough to just put it up again.
Each commissioner records your vote.
All right, that fails in 12 to 11 vote.
Okay. There's 12 yes, but it needs 13.
All right, you have another one?
I do. I'll skip the first level of it, but so paragraph 8, same one here, but paragraph 8, just add the word perceived in front of violations here.
All right, adding perceived in paragraph what?
8.
8.
Whereas perceived violations of Tennessee Code 4906 were found. It's on the back, it's the second whereas, yes.
All right, any comments? All right, clerk, post that, please. Commissioner Show.
I was asked to repeat it, so it's on the back, on the second page, or the back page, it's the second paragraph. Whereas violations of TCA 4906-1019, my amendment is to add the word perceived violations.
All right, Commissioner Show.
All righty. Look, I'm fine with this as it is. There are things about this resolution I would change, and I was prepared to vote on it. However, but since we're on this paragraph, and we're going to amend it anyway, I'd actually like to strike dragon wings from this. I don't know I know about the other two books. I don't know enough about this book, and some had some discussions with people about it. I understand it's a fairly historically accurate book. So I'd actually like to keep everything here, but just to strike the reference and dragon wings, make this amendment to your amendment if you'd accept it, and to strike and dragon wings by Lawrence Yep.
Do you accept that, Mr. Becker?
So it's perceived violations and scratch the dragon wings by Lawrence?
I mean, that would be my amendment.
Mr. Wynn? You second it.
I'm fine with, if we're adding perceived and striking dragon wings, I'm fine with
Do
it.
you accept that? Okay. All right, any other questions? We will post that for voting. Okay, Commissioner Janot.
Chairman, I have a little concern about the word perceived. Perceived is an opinion. And so when you use the word perceived, you also introduce your opinion. So if you're saying you don't want opinions, but you want fact, then the word perceived is actually an oxymoron in consideration of what you want to do. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. All right, we will post that for your vote. Okay, do I have a question? All right.
I guess it's in reference to Commissioner's removal of dragon wings. I'm just curious as to the addition of it, as to the maker of the resolution could maybe explain why this book was added. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Carol Swain was one who brought up this book as a concern in violation, and I just wanted to clarify that. As an educator and a doctor, she was,
All right,
I think it was quoted before.
Brown.
We went to a seminar that Carol Swain had, and Blount County was the one that had this, that was brought up by a father. And so because of the online petition, the parents in that county that did not want to have this book part of their curriculum, and it also violated their school policy. It was struck from the curriculum because of those reasons in this violation of this Tennessee code.
Okay. All right. It will be posted at this time for vote.
Each commissioner record your vote.
The amendment fails.
Okay. I'm sorry to bore the audience here, but I'd like to go back to my amendment to add the word perceived while leaving dragon wings in there. So, same paragraph, add the word perceived.
So this time it is just adding the word and okay, dragon wing is not included. All right, does everyone understand that? All right, we'll post that for a vote.
Each commissioner record your vote.
And that amendment fails.
Okay. Got a couple more. I appreciate the commissioner's comment a little bit ago about perceived means as opinions, because I think we all have been talking about these are our opinions. There's opinions in here and facts. So on the opinionated items, perceived would be a perfect addition, but both of those failed. I would like to make a motion for paragraph 10, so two further down there, two more further down. Yeah, whatever counting system you're using back there. So, fourth one on this page. Whereas the administration of the Board of Education of Sumner County Schools have failed to comply with Tennessee law. Okay. Again, in my opinion, the only reason that they could fail is if they knowingly had it in there. So, I would like to strike this, my amendment right now is to strike this paragraph.
Strike the entire paragraph.
Yes, strike this entire paragraph.
All right. Second by Commissioner Ring. All right, we will post that. Go ahead, Commissioner. Did you say you had a question? What are you saying?
I want to speak, debate it.
Okay, I recognize you. You were first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The administration and Board of Education, Sumner County Schools have failed to comply with the Tennessee law. The failure to comply happened on multiple accounts. The school board knowingly did not add the book for discussion in the next meeting that followed the discovery of the material. That was in violation when they were given the opportunity to. They didn't want to hear it. They sat on it. So that's where I find that that's perfectly okay to find them in violation when they won't even hear about something that just came to their attention and they talked about it for an hour to not put it on the agenda. That, I was very upset with that. I was at that meeting, and that the very least they could have done is put it on the agenda to talk about, and they refused to. That's a violation in my opinion.
Commissioner Brown, were you wanting to speak to this?
Yes. As I said, this book was bought or published in 2018. So it had the possibility of being there for 4 years. 4 years on the shelf. Secondly, somebody had to select this book. Somebody knew what was in that book that was in the school system, and then somebody bought the book. So that right there shows that there was an intent. And then, it just didn't magically appear on the shelf. Just wasn't that case. So if there's no violation, put the thing back on the shelf. Then we'll see what happens. But I can remember in the news that school board member King threatened to turn this over to the law if they did not act on this. So he knew that there was a violation, and it did not come back up. It was gone. So if it's not a violation, put it back on the shelf.
So if I can speak to that.
All
So
right.
if I can speak on that, I'd like to add a comment.
All right.
If they put the book back on the shelf, then they would knowingly be putting it on the shelf, and that would be a clear violation. So it's my understanding that the process to get the book on the shelf in the first place is broken, right? But my understanding of the process is when they order, they don't order just one book at a time. There's like a series of books from editors and so forth, and they read synopsis and so forth about what they're buying. And so they buy a set of books or whatnot. Clearly, the book is not deserving to be on the shelf. And I agree with the commissioner's comment. I mean, if they put it on the shelf now, they would knowingly be doing that, and they would be in clear violation. My whole thing is the word knowingly, right? You know, if they knowingly did it or not. So that's the intent of it. Nothing more, nothing less.
All right, place this on the board, Madam Clerk.
Each commissioner record your vote.
No.
This is speed vote. There we go.
14 to 5, that motion fails. That amendment fails. Do you have another?
I'm fine for now. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Harrison?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to echo the comments that have been made about these books. Specifically, this Lawn Boy that is certainly garbage. However, there are other books, other materials in our libraries. Huckleberry Finn comes to mind, written by Mark Twain. Anybody in this room, if you've read it, it contains what is considered today to be racist language. Is that resolution forthcoming? This is a very dangerous, I don't disagree that this particular book and probably the other two should not be in the schools. But this is a very dangerous slope that we're getting on. I'm not accusing anybody of promoting book banning or book burning or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. I just caution that we need to be very careful in this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Teachner?
Mr. Chairman, I propose we make an amendment, take out the whereases, put in just the be it resolved. And I'll read it just for the audience who's here and the people at home. So my amendment would state, be it resolved that the Sumner County Commission strongly encourages the formation of 3 material and curriculum review committees, one each for the elementary, middle, and high school levels, to review appropriate books for the school district. Be it resolved by the Sumner County Board of County Commissioners meeting in regular session on the 23rd day of January 2023, that this body does hereby request to strongly encourage the head librarians, principals, director of schools, and the chief academic officer to ensure that the Sumner County school environment is free from obscene and provocative material in accordance with Tennessee Code. Be it further resolved that this body directs the Office of the Law Director to send copies of this resolution to all members of the Sumner County School Board.
Okay. Yeah. Just for your information on this, Commissioner, the attorney says that whereas is what usually leads up to the resolve. You still stick with wanting to do that?
Mr. Chairman, we have a road Board of County Commissioners. It says a resolution approving the official road list of Sumner County as attached herewith. Now, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying it says be it resolved, be it further resolved. That's the only 2 statements. So I'm only going off of that for my resolution amendment. I do not know. I don't claim to know that law. Thanks, sir.
All right. That's an amendment. Is there a second? Commissioner Wynn seconds your amendment. All right.
Commissioner Teachner, are you saying take out everything above the be it resolved on the second page? Every single whereas paragraph?
You go ahead. You may answer. Yeah.
Yes, I'm stating that because if we need a whereas, we could keep the first one that states the actual law. If we need to, that's up to our law director. But the whole goal is to get obscene material. If that's the goal, to get the obscene material out of the hands, I don't think that is against what anyone else would, in the county has told me or wanted. So, I mean, we can go and parse words all the way through this, but it just seems like the most important thing that everyone is for is to get the material out of there and get some oversight to help. That's all it is. And we don't have any authority anyway. So we're only stating that we're strongly encouraging to form a few committees that would help with that. That's the only statement I'm saying. I'm completely against any obscene material, anything that's racist or anything like that to be in there. I don't mean ban it from everything, but I mean just keep it back from the wrong eyes. I don't know who decides that. I have no idea. I know how I decide with my children, but that's why I'm stating it. Be it resolved, be it resolved.
Okay.
I respectfully disagree with my fellow commissioner. What also matters is this happened. This did happen. The whereas is explained to the public that this happened. That's what keeps this from happening again. We can't forget the fact that needs to be stated loudly. Thank you.
Commissioner Wynn? Were you speaking to this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion, and just the one whereas clause to include would just be the ninth one, that whereas the Sumner County Commission is committed to supporting the just laws of the state of Tennessee by ensuring against violations against our laws by a single individual's opinion, judgment, or ideology. I would have that as the whereas clause and just ask that be the amendment.
All right, this is entirely new that you're...
No, I'm amending his, yeah, just amending Mr. Teachner's motion.
All right. So you accept that as part?
Page 2, number 3. Or the last page, number 3, sorry. The 9th paragraph, last page, number 3.
All right. We'll post the amendment now.
Can we revote it? Let's put it back up.
Some people didn't have time to vote.
Wait just a minute, folks. We're working on it. All right, the clerk is suggesting redoing the vote, so we will redo the vote.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Nope.
And that motion fails. Before we go on, I know that there are some important, the discussion of these things is very, very important, and a good, thorough discussion and so forth. I'm not opposing that, but I just want to say that most of the people watching this live stream could care less how brilliant some of us sound, okay? So let's move on and get this done as quickly as we can. We don't want to look like we don't know what we're doing up here. Commissioner Lamberth?
On. Good deal. So I just have 2 questions, Mr. Chairman. One is one that you expanded or that you mentioned in our education committee meeting, and I don't think I heard you. I actually went back and watched the video and wondered if you could expand it. When you were talking about how librarians purchase books or how schools purchase books, and is it on a per book basis or do they buy them in bulk? I guess what I'm getting at is there a chance that these were not purchased individually and that they were in a bulk purchase?
Since you're asking me a specific question, I will answer that. And I think what I said in the meeting was that most librarians will buy bulk sets of books.
Okay.
But then they go through an individual process cataloging those books in which it is more attention is given. So the fact that they may have been purchased may have been there. The fact that they knew what was going on the shelf is another issue.
Sure. Okay. And my second question is, Mr. Chairman, if we know of any of the two later books, The Dragon Wings and A Place Inside of Me, are either of those in curriculum or just available in the libraries? Because the way that if I'm reading TCA 49-06-1019, it has to be a course of instruction or curriculum for that TCA to apply.
Commissioner Brown, do you want to?
They are in the public libraries, in the school libraries.
But are they part of the curriculum? That's where this TCA is referencing, is curriculum or supplemental instruction materials, not just in the library. So
Supplemental materials will be part of that.
okay. Okay, I got confirmation from the director and from several teachers and principals that they were not a part of actual materials and curriculum. They may be available in libraries, but that was not part of their curriculum. So my concern is that this TCA may not apply to the books that we're referencing. I agree with everybody saying, I think we all agree that they're trash, but I want to make sure if we're doing this, that we're doing it, and we say that we appreciate the laws and we support the just laws, that we're actually talking about the right laws.
Thank you. Commissioner Ring.
Yes, sir. Wait. Okay. I'd like to bring everybody's attention to the very first line. Whereas, it mentions the TCA, it states, it is unlawful for any person to knowingly sell or loan for monetary consideration, etc. Now, this is addressed to the Board of Education, the Director of Schools, and all those people. Not one of them sold this book to the school system.
Wait a moment, Commissioner Ring has the floor.
Okay? Not one of them sold this book to the school system or loaned this book to the school system. I understand. I've read the whole thing. I understand. But it says sold or loaned for monetary contribution. None of those people did it. Okay? We're talking about the book publisher. And as the chairman has stated, when they order books, they'll say, okay, we need 57 books for a high school library. And they'll get 57 books for a high school library. When Liberty Creek ordered their books, they had a certain number of books that they ordered. And they said, we need, let's say they wanted 20,000 books. We need 20,000 books for our library. Please send to the book publisher or the broker, please send us 20,000 books, okay? They don't order individual books, as the chairman said, but my reading of this is it does not apply to anybody in our school system. It applies to the people who are brokering books, as I've read that paragraph. In addition, I believe that from what has been said previously, that the TCA 39-1791 does not apply, and that the other one, TCA 49-06-1019, does not apply. And there's something else I've heard tonight. This may be your truth, but this is his truth. Or this may be your facts, but these are his facts. Y'all, we're not in Washington, D.C. That's what they talk about in Washington, D.C. Facts are facts. Opinions are opinions. So we need to separate the two in this case, and I believe that we have not done so. So I will be voting against this resolution because I think it's moot. Thank you.
Commissioner Klein.
Mr. Chairman, I had one law class in college, and I took one thing away from it: reasonable men may differ. Now, we can talk about every whereas in here. I commend Mr. Brown for the job he did on this. At the end of the day, reasonable men may differ. That would have to be litigated, and depending on the attorneys involved, the judges involved, the outcome could be radically different. But what Commissioner Teachner pointed out earlier, this comes down to two things. We have no control over what they do. We are strictly recommending that they put 3 groups together, one for each elementary school, middle school, and high school. There's no teeth in that. It's a recommendation. And number 2, we are asking all of the pertinent people in the school administration to protect our children. That's really what this comes down to. We've beat every drop of blood out of this horse. I think we should just go with the spirit of the resolution and be done with it.
Is that a call for the question? Well, you can do it, but we'll have to listen to everybody in the queue. Was that a call for the question? You were told not to? Okay. All right. Commissioner Becker?
Yeah, I was just going to say, since we're on the main motion, I agree with what Commissioner Ring stated. I can't vote for this at all. Again, if the opinions were removed, I'd be 100% for it. It's only 98% there. The 2% can't make. I'm going to be abstaining because I agree that the books need to be gone, but I can't agree to include the opinion portions of these. So thank you,
Commissioner Rogers.
Mr. Chairman, we've sat here for, yet again, almost 45 minutes, beating this same resolution. I sat as chair, or second chair, assistant chair, co-chair of the Education Committee. I've heard no telling how many times on this floor just since September we need to appreciate and trust our committee system. Sitting in Education Committee, I don't remember suspending the rules any time for any of these questions to come up, to be debated in the committee where really and truly these questions should come up. This is the process that we have as the committee system, so we're not spending the taxpayers' time keeping people here, keeping buildings open, and keeping lights on for 45 minutes for a resolution to go round and around in circles. My motion is to defer back to Education Committee. Those who are interested can come to Education Committee and hash it out, and then we'll bring it to the floor as a solid resolution.
All right, the motion and a second has been made. Any discussion on that particular motion only? All right, put it on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Motion fails. Commissioner Schoaf.
Thank you, sir. First, I just want to clarify some language here, and I'm neither a lawyer or a CPA or anything special like that. I'm just a logical human being, or I try to be, but I do understand and/or operators. And so it is unlawful for any person to knowingly sell or loan for monetary consideration or otherwise exhibit or make available to a minor. So that's pretty clear. I just want to be clear there. Second, TCA 4906-1019B, the way I'm understanding this, and again, I'm not a lawyer, just try to be a rational human being. 1019A is one statute, and then one that makes several things unlawful. 1019B are carve-outs to that. And so we had a comment earlier about that one doesn't apply, that actually would make this worse in that scenario, because that was a carve-out that would have made maybe some of these books available or give them additional protection. So I actually think if that's true, it would cause the books to refer back to the more general statute. So I just want to make those couple comments real quick, but I would like to make an amendment to the main motion, and that is to nullify the original, and I don't know the number that we had in the resolution, but the resolution passed in, I believe, November. I'd like to make an amendment to nullify that one and accept this one. And the reason for that is it would be confusing to have both of these going up at once. I think we need to do away with the one and have the other, so it's very clear this is the one we're adopting. So nullify the original one and accept this one. That would be my amendment.
I'm not sure. Go ahead.
While I don't disagree with my fellow commissioner, I think it would be more appropriate to rescind the act of the original resolution before we took that one up. Now, I'm not a parliamentarian, but...
And that is not on the agenda. So to do that, we're going to need 16 votes. Put that on the agenda.
I'd like to modify that motion to put it onto the agenda.
All right. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Place it on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
We're adding it to the agenda. This vote is to add it to the agenda, you understand? Okay. All right. So before we do anything else, we'll vote on this. Hopefully no one has any questions. You know what it is. We'll put it on the board. This vote is to actually rescind. That was to bring it back, add it to the agenda. All right. I'm doing it. If you all want to overrule me, you can. Okay. Do what? We do need a motion on the board to rescind, is that correct? Yes. I'll make the motion. All right.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All right.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, unless I'm overruled by a 2/3 vote, we have rescinded the previous motion. Commissioner Jones, the previous resolution. Commissioner Jones? Yes.
What are we speaking on now? Can we go back to the previous?
Can you go back to the
But
previous?
I'm not
No.
here to speak on that.
Commissioner Brown?
I'll yield my time.
Commissioner Wynn?
We're in the main.
Well, this is the main motion. You haven't because you're next.
I'm still going to want to work.
For what?
I haven't spoken to the main motion. This commissioner has. I'm the only one that hasn't spoken
All
on
right,
the motion.
I don't think
that
I've
is-
spoken the main
that
motion.
is
I've spoken
true.
amendments, but not the main motion.
No, that's true. You've spoken several times, and you had Commissioner Mansfield.
Call the question.
All right, then the question's been called, and we have one other person in the queue. Go ahead.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to echo Mr. Becker's comments. I'm going to abstain from this one. I think we've had several amendments offered that would get us to a place to where I could support this. I don't want these books in the school as much as anybody else. And I just, some of the language in here, I just don't agree with. I think we're going a little beyond what we should be in just the language. And there's been amendments offered, I think, that would get us to where ultimately our stated goal, but we're just not there as a group. So I'm going to abstain from this one.
Okay. After thorough and complete debate, we are going to vote on this resolution. Open debate, I might add. We're going to vote on this resolution. Post it, Madam Chairman. Madam Clerk. And it passes 15-1 unamended. All right. That's education, health and emergency services. General operations. Highway committee. All right, legislative committee. Go ahead, Commissioner Mansfield.
I'm waiting. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is a resolution that was requested by a commissioner that we bring up in December, so we put that on the legislative and brought it forward, and it was referred back to legislative in December, so it passed through legislative again in January. So to clarify the language, it says, a resolution amending the standing rules and procedures to include all commissioners are to keep smartphones in silent mode and are not to use them during meetings of the full commission for activities including, but not limited to, texting, watching videos, playing games, or surfing the internet. Should a commissioner receive an emergency call or text during a meeting, he or she will need to step outside to address the call or text so as not to disturb the current proceedings. Before I make a motion to accept this, a lot of the debate surrounded around emergency calls, enforceabilities. Like, it's pretty simple. I mean, if my phone goes off and you hear Rocky Top, it's because my family's calling me. I have a setting on my iPhone to override any emergency settings, so it silences. So if you go, I'm going to step outside. It's no big deal. You know, as far as enforceability, this is just like anything else. If you're caught out of order for something, you know, if you're caught out of order repeatedly for something, when you're debating something, you forfeit your turn to speak on something. That's kind of enforceability. But other than that, it's just kind of self-policing. You can vote this up or down if you want it. It doesn't make a difference. If you don't like this, vote against it. If you like it, vote for it. You're not going to hurt my feelings one way or the other. I'm just bringing this forward. I'm going to vote for this. It's no big deal. I so move.
Motion and a second. Commissioner Ring.
No, it's not me. Commissioner Schmidt. She put the blame on me. I'll take the second.
That's what I heard.
I'm saying Commissioner Ring.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I assumed you got the second. I'm saying Commissioner Ring.
I'm sorry,
do
I
you want to
apologize.
speak to this?
Sorry about that. I thought you were saying I did the second. First of all, I want to make a correction from last month. When I stated my mother was 94, she is 93. Don't anybody tell her I said that. She's asleep. Well, she's not asleep, but she's not watching. But the legislative committee, I heard something that I was surprised to hear. I heard somebody say, if they won't do this, we need to make them do this. Folks, this is the most liberal resolution I've ever seen. Trying to tell commissioners who are adults, over 21, over 18, what to do, okay? tonight, I had several people text me about things that were going on at the meeting. I looked at them, I shut the phone off. My phone's on silent, but I looked to see what it was, to see if it was something that was important that we needed to be discussed. And that happens to me quite a bit. When people are watching it from home, they might need a clarification about something. I just think, I used my phone to look up a map for this rezoning issue, because the map that we get is not very clear. I wanted to look at what was not just there on that street or that road, but what was around it, because it's been a while since I've been out there in that area. So I just want to kind of remind myself what that area was about. I think it's, unless somebody is playing games or watching a football game or something like that, I don't see a problem with somebody using their phone to look up something having to do with the resolution, or to respond to a text from a constituent. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really view this as just being 2023's mask mandate for this committee, this commission. So we essentially are taking someone's preference, what they want, and trying to impose it on everybody else under the guise of we need to pay attention. I've sat here tonight and I've had to endure snarky comments from those around me and snide remarks and different things, and all the while I haven't looked at my cell phone. I've been accused of that. So I don't see this as a good thing. I'm not going to support it, and I think it's ridiculous we're talking about it. Thank you.
Commissioner Teachner.
Mr. Chairman, I spoke about this in legislative. I mean, I love being about the people's business. That's what I'm about, but it does not feel like a conservative move to me. So I don't know why there would be the regulation on it. I haven't used my phone tonight at all. I've looked at it a few times, but I mean, I have used it several times to look up laws, to look up different things. I even used it whenever that I was supporting to vote in Commissioner Boyd. I looked up the vote count. So I just believe that in order to do the people's business, I need to have access to my phone if I want to. And if somebody's doing something inappropriate, even myself, then I think that the people can speak up and make a change in the seats, including myself, if I do anything to disrespect or disregard my constituents, because I'll never do that. So I wanted to state the same thing that I stated in legislative in case somebody didn't see it. Thank you.
Commissioner Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the county website, we list our physical home address. We list our cell phone number. We list an email. We do this so that we can give an opportunity for our constituents to easily get a hold of us. Even when I'm in a meeting, I am still a representative for my district. And if it's easier for them to shoot me a text, I think that's completely appropriate. I know that there's been wild accusations of this group or that group trying to influence. Well, even if that were the case, they still vote. So we have an obligation to listen to them. And again, to echo comments, I wasn't on the legislative committee, but I was in attendance. We are adults. We should be able to monitor ourselves. If we're out of line, Mr. Chairman is more than happy to call us out of order. He has done so, and I would expect him to do that. But I think this is over the top, and I will not be supporting it.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a common sense thing that the legislative committee is bringing up. What did we do 30 years ago before we had cell phones, pagers, or anything else? And I mean that with all respect to you. We just
What are you saying, Commissioner?
What I'm saying, I think they're blowing this out of proportion. The previous commission used COVID funds to buy themselves iPads. Whether anybody here accepted that or not, I don't care. That's your prerogative. I'm not calling anybody out on that. But if they want information to look up things on a map, Wi-Fi is available here. They can use an iPad. I've seen too many people attend meetings over the years, whether it's here or in a city, being disrespected while people are, elected officials are on their phone texting, playing games, watching Monday Night Football, which is all over social media. That's not me saying that. This was over social media, another commissioner watching Monday Night Football, and people are tired of it. They come here, they're here, it's almost 11 o'clock. They're here almost 4 hours of their time because they're interested in their community. The least we can do is respect them and put the dang phones down and away. So I want to support Commissioner Mansfield and the Legislative Committee on this because I think it's the right thing to do, and I don't think he's being unreasonable. They get an emergency call, all he's saying is just step aside and take the emergency call. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mansfield?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, putting constraints on government is not liberal. That's what we're here to do, to constrain ourselves. Second, I appreciate the commissioner before me mentioning the fact of if you want to check out something electronically, bring your iPad, your county iPad, bring your laptop, bring whatever. You know, that's an obvious research purpose. I mean, that's interpretation. So again, that's another silly excuse or an argument. Comparing this to COVID is just about as disingenuous as it gets and just ridiculous in my opinion. Talking about somebody's medical and healthcare and breathing ability based on somebody's fears versus just respecting the citizens. I've seen, as in my 5 years as a commissioner in the previous commission, I can't tell you how many times I saw citizens complain about commissioners just being disrespectful on their phones, previous county attorney, county mayor, whatever, like on their phone, not paying attention to people's business. And it's irritating. So I think that's one reason that this commissioner brought this forward and asked this to be on legislative. It's pretty much a no-brainer. This takes 16 votes, if I'm not mistaken, to get on there. So I don't see that probably happening. But again, vote it up, vote it down. Just don't make silly excuses for it, in my opinion. But again, putting constraints on government is not liberal. And that's just a fact. So, and what we're trying to do is constrain ourselves to pay attention and do the people's business. So, again, I'm going to support this.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones?
Commissioner Schmidt said most of what I want to say, and I'll keep it short. So, just to further comment also on what Commissioner Mansfield said, by putting, you can receive text, everybody knows this, on iPads or texting apps on computers. If you need to communicate, all this does is put it on a bigger screen, folks. It's about transparency. There's been accusations of people communicating with legal counsel outside of our own legal counsel that's sitting right there in front of us that we could ask questions to. People being fed information during meetings and talking points that make meetings go longer. It's about putting it on a larger screen so it's transparent, so people next to you see who you're talking to. We shouldn't have anything to hide up here, and so I don't have a problem with supporting it.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, we'll place this on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
It fails for lack of a 2/3 vote. It receives 13 votes. All right. Budget Committee, Commissioner Sho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know everybody's always happy to hear me talk because we're always close to the end. So, not to speak for any other reason. So item number one here, 2301-05, appropriating $1.25 million of ARPA funds for asphalt for highways for the Sumner County Highway Department. I'd like to move to approve.
Second. Motion made and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, see, okay, Commissioner Teacher?
I was just going to make the statement, Mr. Chairman, that that's not taxpayer money that's coming out. That's ARPA funds. I made very clear of that. And so it's not the, I was just told it was. Well, anyway, I spoke to.
You got to learn to ignore these other people around you and just.
I spoke to David Lawing, and it's funds for.
It's not local.
Yeah, not local.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. But I guess technically everything's taxpayer money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay.
Alrighty, 2301-06. This is appropriation of $125,145 for additional payroll funding for the Election Commission. So a little bit of background on this. We've had some discussion with the Election Commission, and the bottom line here is that this $125,000 is monies that are due for existing for work that has been done by the Election Commission and their benefits. So this is stuff that I think we in the Budget Committee all believe and agree is required by law. So because it's for stuff that's already work that's already been done. So I'd like to move to approve this.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schoaf and second by Commissioner Mansfield. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Okay, item number 2301-07. This is $10,000 for laptops. This is a Tennessee grant. It is taxpayer money, but it is taxpayer money funded through a grant at the state level. So move to approve. And
all right, motion by Commissioner Schoaf, second by Commissioner Harris. You're here. I'm going to tell you all something. Commissioner Harris was never that quiet in the classroom. Okay. Just joking, Commissioner Harris. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
All right, this is the next one. I guess 2301 would be -08, and this was Commissioner Rogers' addition, and this was for purchase of 3 tractors. Mr. Long, if I may, Mr. Chairman, ask Mr. Long for the number on this one because I don't have it in front of me.
Yes, go.
Roger, thank you, Mr. Rogers. So just for the background here, this ask was originally at the last budget amendment, and it was brought up alongside the $1.25 million. For the record, I was actually after some discussion for passing this, but according to our rules, this needs should be set back to back to committee. But we could also have a rule that we can bring it up here. So if we say we want to respect the committee system, then I would argue maybe that should have stayed, but we voted to put it here, and that's fine. And I would go ahead and move to approve this.
Who's that? Okay, motion by Commissioner Schoaf and second by Commissioner Harrison. Commissioner Janung.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the amount of money that they're requesting for the tractors, it's kind of like the boat. I think we need to get bids, to see bids. I think it needs to go back to the Budget Committee or to be evaluated for the appropriation for the tractors. The grass is not growing today, so I suggest that, I guess I'm making an amendment to send it back to the Budget Committee to evaluate whether they've gotten 3 bids to show how much money they truly need for these tractors. That's all I'm saying.
All right, motion's been made to send it back.
Second.
And there is a second. I'm wondering, for our purposes of information, if the law director, not the finance director, has some information on this.
Any of the ARPA funds, we will send it to the consultants to look at it because it does have to follow even
This is there's $37 million of ARPA funds. $10 million is less restrictive. This will have to come out of the $10 million, but the $10 million still has to follow 200 CFR, which is more restrictive than most other items. So we have this 380,036, but we are going to have to evaluate to determine if that's the appropriate amount. That will send up from the highway, but it will need to be evaluated before we expend it.
But are you saying that at this point, it has not been bid?
It has not been
But it
through my
will be.
office. It has not been through my office to be bid and has not been run back through our consultants to evaluate if they're following the federal regulations completely.
Okay, the motion is to send it back, so that's what we're speaking to. Is anyone wanting to speak to the motion? No one wanting to speak to the motion, so Commissioner Jones?
Would it be appropriate to suspend the rules to ask Mr. Ellis if that bid process has taken place, if there's a reason why the bid process was not done? I'm trying to expedite this because although the grass isn't growing, the limbs are still out there. There is seasonal work to do with those tractors all the time. So just to expedite the process, could we suspend the rules and just ask that question directly to Mr. Ellis?
Well, we have a motion on the floor, so I don't know. The motion is send it back.
I don't want to send it back yet. I want to see if we can handle this tonight versus send it back for another month.
You don't get a choice. You've got a motion on the floor. Point of order.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Janung to send it back. Now, if that fails, you can make a motion.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Has this not been to the committee at all prior to tonight?
I was there when it came through the committee.
So it has been through committee?
Yes, and part of the reason for the urgency for clarification was clipping along the roadside and so forth.
So did it fail in committee, or did they just not get to it? Did they defer it?
The highway chairman ought to be able to help us with that.
It was in budget.
Our budget?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So it was in the budget committee, and we decided to postpone the decision to bring, it was lumped together. We decided to bring forth the asphalt portion and hold on the three tractors. The fact of the matter is, those three tractors are going to have to be replaced, and so, in my opinion, if we can use ARPA funds versus local funds, I'm all for that. But the budget committee did decide we didn't vote it down at all. We just separated and voted this one and put the other one in old business.
Does our highway superintendent want to speak to this?
Can you come up to the microphone, please?
Everyone in favor of allowing him to speak, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, go ahead.
Thank you. When all this started, I was contacted about getting some numbers on some tractors. What we do is you can bid this process out, have as many bidders that will come, 2 to 3 bidders will bid on it, or you can work off the state bid. And what I turned around when I was sending the information to David, I worked off the state bid, which is generally cheaper than the bidding process because you're getting the benefit of the state pricing where they buy a lot more equipment than we buy. And so that's the process I took. I got the bids and I turned it in for budget based off the state bid.
That's one thing, but under this one, it falls under 200 CFR. You would have to bid it.
Okay.
That's my understanding. That was my understanding. But that we have to have it bid a certain way, and it actually has to have 2 bidders on it unless there's some reason. And the state contract may or may not qualify. That's why it's got to be evaluated. But but there's always the option to appropriate it, then we can bring it through the bid process after the fact.
I don't hear the body saying they are opposed to this, but I do hear them saying, let's look at it a little further. So that motion is on the floor, and we'll take a vote on that now unless someone in the queue is wanting to speak to this amendment. Yes, go ahead, since we agreed to have him speak.
The question has been, with the fragile nature of the economy and everything, a lot of us are, a little bit leery on spending money that maybe we don't have to spend. There was a portion on there where it said if we replace the engine and the transmission, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I believe it was approximately $75,000 to do that. Am I right? Correct in that and saying that? And would that buy us a couple more years maybe, just till hopefully the economy turns around where we're in a better place?
That we use John Deere tractors. Our guys are certified and use them, and they're really good at servicing our department with parts and service. These tractors are 2012. They're 11 years old. They're all over 8,000 to 9,000 hours. The three are. We've got tractors that are 2015, 2018, and 2021. So we kind of rotate them with, and they're all three, it's 3 tractors each is what we try to do, and try to rotate them out. And so when John Deere, when we get up to the 9,000 hour, anytime that they do work on the tractor, it's not warranted, because in their minds, the pumps and everything and the wear parts are so bad that it's going to go out sooner than later, even though they've repaired it. And so when you get to that point, it's better to go ahead and send them on, sell them, and replace them, and get on, because we are using these every day. This is not something that's setting. This is a piece of equipment that we're using every day, and we put usually around 700 to 800 hours a year on it. So if we're not mowing the right-of-ways, we're trimming the trees in the winter. So they are used a lot, and it's something that if they're down, we're losing time. The transmissions, I didn't answer you, the transmission cost is around $15,000 to $16,000. Your engine cost is a little more than that. So
I'm not holding you to this. I'm just trying to figure out, would this buy us a year if we just replaced everything? I mean, would it save the taxpayers money if we just? Thank you.
All right, the motion that is on the floor is to send this back for review, and we'll do that at this time unless there are other questions on this amendment. All right, post that.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, that passes by a vote of 14, and I think to the highway superintendent, I'd say I don't think anybody is voting no to these tractors. They want more of a review. All right, there's one final motion. All right, you are adjourned.